Hello, hello. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A new day has dawned in here at the Indian Championship Series. Back again with another format. This time there's no best of one, but there's going to be best of threes, while these teams will be battling for the upper bracket and the lower bracket. So that means, yes, they won't be eliminated. Let's see what we have. Hi, I'm Yakasa Peachy, and I'm joined by Ash today. Oh, this side. Hi, Ash. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Pichi. How are you doing right now? And totally, I'm gonna say that this round will be a hefty round for those underdog teams because they are facing up with those, like the top dogs of the scene, the mythic leaderboard
Yes.
teams of our scene. So they need to prepare themselves for this bombastic matches which are coming forward through them. But currently, this game between Team Jutsu Esports versus Team Silly Monkey, if I'm not wrong, Silly Monkey or Silly Monkey. What was
Silly
that?
monkey,
Like,
yes.
yeah, Silly Monkey. So this team is going to face against one of the top team of India. That is who right now who are grabbing that sixth position in the mythic leaderboard. Team Jutsu Esports, and the team is surprisingly so much strong nowadays. They are currently going in each and every tournaments, and they are even having the slot of number four, top four slot in each and every tournaments. And somehow in near future, we might gonna see them beating Godel or IQS City. Who knows? That's gonna be coming soon. But today is the day for Jutsu Esports against Silly Monkey. They need to show their best game against Silly Monkey. But before we go to the draft section, Pichi, I want to ask you, like, if Silly Monkey has done the homework, are they gonna ban some respect towards Violet or towards EXP? Need to see who is the EXP laner for Jutsu today because it's somehow get rotated by Jetted and
Yes. I mean, they have to really do their homework. Come on, it's a best of three series. You don't want to get it over, very quickly as well because clean sweep really does not looks good on as you are also one of the members playing right there. And also one more thing to mention, our tech partner AOC. Thanks to them, this tournament is made possible. And also, let's not forget the prize pool is 1 lakh rupees. So, yep, these teams are up for the best of the best to grab. So, let's see. Draft wise, it's really looking good. I do see the usual getting bans, nothing out of the ordinary. But Silly Monkey having the blue side, they might have an advantage to take Sora in their hands. So let's see if they do go for it or not. But as of now, really loving a bit of the bans coming from both the sides. There's Zushin, yes, definitely. Yuzhong, you do want it. But 8 times getting banned, that is the grok for you. Now, yep, Silivanki has definitely done their homework. Look at that. Bakshia out of the way, Kalea out of the way. You're talking about the Fredrin as well. That's such a very good pick because Jutsu Esports love to gravitate towards the Fredrin more. So placing it during the ban section already, it just says that they are ready for them.
Of course, they're ready for them. They have done the homework, I will say. Like Silly Monkey has done the homework because respecting Raren's utility jungler's options is the best thing you can do against Jutsu Esports because, like, you are restricting Raren to take up those utility junglers, and at the same time, you are respecting Toby as well because when Raren is going for the utility jungler, it is the whole damage thing is going into the hand of Toby, so he will be managing the late game output for the game. So obviously, this is a good thing done by Silly Monkey. At the same time, they're picking out that Freya for them. And from that
Yep.
side, if you're banning out those utility junglers, you need to know that Raren is good with the Ishan Shin, and now he is picking it up with the Esmeralda into the hand of Zettad or Christ or Toby. We will need to get clarified. And me saying crisis because next game is of EVT, of course.
That's true. So looks like the goal lane is definitely set from this Iro team Silly Monkey. That's really looking comfortable for them and to actually counter it up. Esmeralda deployed very good tactics so far, but giving Raren the YSS, is it a good choice? I really don't think so, given the fact that it is one of the most strongest jungler as of now. But what can they pick up to counter? Because they know the cards are being shown up, and as for a bit of a counter, not exactly a counter, but this kind of poke really is needed. So the silly monkey really picking it up for the team fight and not just for the pickoffs.
If you're going for the mirror pick, you can actually go here with Lunox pick by Violet, or he might gonna go for that Eve or a Farsa, because like a proper, yeah, told you, a Farsa, a proper long range kind of mage comp in this scenario with the Ishinshin out there, like a poke burst, you can say it will gonna work better in the depth of the game. So therefore, going for this Farsa or Lunox, I would have been happy if Violet could have gone for the Lunox, a more aggressive kind of pick. But Farsa is totally okay as well, because you have that opportunity to chase down the enemies and to take them down with the help of the Feather Strike. At the same time, taking out the Kimi was also a good options coming out from the side of Team Silly Monkey, because Viole loves to play that Kimi as well in the mid. So you're kind
Yes.
of trading it up. So let's see what will be happening in the second banning phase, banning out the Gatot Kaja. Both the teams yet to pick their roamer yet, while
Yep.
mainly like the goal laner or maybe the EXP lane pick has been done. We are not sure about it. The Freya and the Esmeralda are still a flex.
Yep, the flex is really open, but looks like they have to ban now Jutsu Esports. Let's see what they going for a bit, because as of now they'll have to let Silly Monkey ban as well. You do have the Gatot Kacha getting banned, one understandable. They just don't want the Farsa to get annoyed. But what about the glue? I feel like the glue should be here on the list. Could be a good surprise pick, doesn't quite fit right in Silly Monkey's, a team composition, but Jutsu Esports, they can actually abuse it.
Yep. I mean, in the meta, so they can abuse it with the help of the pick. But Abasteezy, this guy is kind of loving, have a love towards those pick off comps kind of tank, like Atlas or maybe a Kalea is the best thing he will always do, and he shows. But Hilda banning here, I will say like it might be a respect, not a respect ban, but a meta ban, as or a map ban. You can say map specific ban, because nowadays we have four
Yes.
maps here. So if it is a dangerous grass or I mean or a broken wall, so Hilda might be a problematic pick for the side of Silly Monkey if it comes into the way of their side. So let's see what will be the last ban coming out from Silly Monkey here. They might gonna go for another roam ban or a gold ban, but the high loss from the side of Jutsu Gaming, I mean Jutsu Esports, is totally on to the point. They're taking out those particular picks which could have been done by the side of the roamer of Silly Monkey, forcing him out to go for something normal, something out of meta here. And the last ban is goes to this carry here, a respect to Toby, but Toby can actually go for that Claude, or you can say a burst like a Harith as well. But if he will go for a Harith here, there will be a lot of magic comp. So I believe like Harith might not be the choice. You should go for something into the physical section.
Physical, much needed as of now, but at the same time, I feel like Minotaur could be placed in either of the teams. Look, such a very good hero. It would be beneficial for YSS, of course, but Jutsu esports are tend to go towards those kind of fighter tanks. As we are seeing a Khalid. Khalid is going to be their roam as of now. To match that, what are they going to do? Khalid is going to be quite annoying. He can heal himself up, and he can just dive into the back lines of this raging sandstorm. To stop that, they need something solid. Grok is out of the way into the ban section. There's no possible way. Minotaur, there is a chance, but it depends on how the members are comfortable playing, because you're at a part of the, at a height of this tournament right now that you cannot experiment. If you do have a chance to go to the lower bracket, so that's just not happening today. Going in strong. A Uranus. How do you think about that, Ashtazy?
I mean, if you really want to sustain out there, Alice Uranus is totally a best choice, and you're going for the Uranus, so there will be the sustain. So do there will be those taunts from the Badang, and I'm kind of bit surprised from the last few matches I was casting in some other tournament and in this tournament as well, but I couldn't see
Mm-hmm.
the Badang pick coming on, because Badang is not run nowadays really suitable in the roam section, and
Yes.
with the Thunderbolt stack of 25 or plus, you can really gonna give out the damages and forcing your team, your enemy out to pick up that Justice Pauldron. So to counter you, a roam, to counter a roam, they're picking up a proper item. So obviously,
Yeah.
Badang is a good here, thing here, but at the same time, like okay, that is cool coming out from there. I'm not sure this edit is going for the gold or for the EXP. It's in the hand of Zed or Toby, but edit comp here with Khalid out there, like a little bit of aggression with a little bit of sustain, and so do in the depth of the game. You're gonna see that late game spike coming into the hand of Team Jutsu Esports. So if we're gonna talk about the
Definitely.
early game accessibility, it is in the hand of Jutsu Esports right now. Mid to late game rotation, you're gonna see that comp coming out a little bit better for the side of Team Silly Monkey, but at the same time into the late game. We might gonna see the spike into that edit and the Esmeralda sustain. So it is more like a 50-50 comp from both these sides. They're kind of
Agree.
equilibrium and they're kind of constant right now because if you will see, Uranus is there, Esmeralda is here, and Freya is there, Edith is here. If you're gonna talk about the Leo mode, then we have the Ishanshin. But as you mentioned, Ishanshin is one of the best jungler right now, but still with the nerf, he's not that much good while what it was before uh,
Yes,
2-3 weeks ago. So like but still he still stands strong in that fast jungle clear ability kind of assassin
yeah,
jungler. And more the things goes, you need to grab up the macro and Rara and retreat kind of good. So this Ishan Shin might gonna grab up some macro for themselves. And with the early game
definitely.
aggression, with the early game goal lead, you might gonna finish up the game as soon as possible. So let's see what will be happening. This is Jutsu Esports versus Team Silly Monkey at Indian Championship Series, powered by Jutsu Gaming. In obviously with a prize pool of 1 lakh rupees, and our tech partner AOC for giving us the best way possible to showcase our tournament. And thank you Nexus Production for giving out this beautiful production out there. And now we will be heading into the game soon. Pitchy, what's your thought? And can you give me a hint who is going to take up this first game and a lead in this BO3 series? So do the same question to all our viewers.
Before I tell you my answer, I would just to love to lay out few points right here. One, both of the teams, their one goal is take it to late game, get YSS farmed up, get Freya farmed up, and in a way, if the Kimi, Leomore, and the Freya are farmed up, the damage percent and the damage part from the Silly Monkey are really done. And it just all depends on the roam to give what kind of a setups they are looking for. But for Jutsu, they can play it independently. But if they let Freya farm up, it's going to be complete opposite. So I do feel like Freya's going to get a bit targeted. But onto the other side, I do feel like it's going to be Weiss as well as Farsa going to get targeted quite a lot. I'm pretty sure Badang's going to go on a flicker. So that is going to be it's just a very rare case scenario that he might go in for a petrify as well. It depends on your comfort as a user. So let's see. I do believe it's going to be a flicker. So one side it's total damage, a little dependent onto the team fight, but the other side can be played a bit independently. So let's see. Jutsu esports really have that upper hand in my opinion as well.
Of course, with their calm, they're kind of slightly upper-handed through against Silly Monkey, and with the experience as well, because these teams are coming from the Mythic Leaderboard team. And if you're winning a single set against these teams, you should be proud about it. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn for the game number one in this BO3 series out there in the double elimination round of Jutsu Gaming, where the Mythic Leaderboard teams are facing against these underdogs teams who just managed to come out from those open qualifier storm. They broke the storm and here into the biggest stage. Can they break out another storm,
Oh,
or they will be halted by this mythic leaderboard team? All the aggression being shown, invasion coming in. There's a tornado beautifully being done. As you can see, those damage being popping out. Wings by wings coming into the way. Can he check up? Yup! Viole with the red buff still. Invasion done. So good, so fast, so well.
okay, so far looking quite good. And oh my god, I really did not think of the YSS as the goal laner. They did make it work. There was one of the team, I do believe this is the same team who made it
No,
work. So
it is
yeah, that is
here.
definitely crazy.
It was STL that day in the at Jutsu Gaming.
Yes, correct.
This is
Yes,
exactly
correct.
this is literally okay. There is the fish crack coming in. First plus secured by Abastisi with the Desert Turner. The damage comes up there. Beautifully. Least damage being done by Ztet. And like, I was never thinking that Ishan Shin is going into the hand of Toby. And of course, it is Rarin in the jungle with the retreat. He can
Yeah.
go for any picks he wants.
I mean, he did pick up a signature pick. He tends to go towards those fighter jungles, and we are looking at a fighter jungle today. And at the same time, Toby, though, he's much known for DHS user, but okay, that's not the case. Looks like Sin Lavie. Okay, I do remember this was the same team who let Freya farm up in the late game, and they really underestimated her damage. So let's see if that's gonna be a case or not. But on to the other hand, Jutsu Esports taking kills on kills. Now it is only possible because of the Khalid roam. So that's looking good. Total very quickly gone as well. Howl couldn't do anything right here. So I do believe we are going to look at another engagement into the bottom lane very quickly.
Course, and this is the faster rotation I was talking about from the Jutsu Esports. They're literally taking out the invasion so patiently, and this is not a good case for the Leomo to farm up easily at this moment. And there you go, another kill coming out for STZ. Nord falls down there. Raren coming in, took up the red buff. Distraction pearls being used for the zoning out situation. Lane cutting has been done with the inhibitor. I mean, in between the inhibitor and the second tier, this is so fast. And again, another blue buff invasion being done by Raren here. Not a good case for Leo Moratal.
That
Oh,
is definitely true, given the fact that he is still at level 3 at the 3 minute. That is really not looking good. On to the other hand, he's not getting any way of farm. Raran is sweeping his own farm first so that Howl cannot go uh, to his spot. So that is also looking good. But at the same time, Toby just swept up every single gold. What is happening? This game really does not look like it's just been 3 minutes. One by one, they are trying to target, but they're trying to target them psychologically. Look at that. Howl gets stand up, but he is out of the way, looking quite low. They cannot go in for a damage, but Silly Monkey do get their first kill.
okay, beautifully being done into the mid side. They managed to grab up Violet's kill, but there you go. The consolation kills comes in, the redemption kill comes in, and it is Toby's rotation toward the mid after sucking out all those gold from the top side. He backs here, take out the kill, goes back as well, and now the second turtle appearing into the land of dawn. It might be an easy turtle for Jutsu Gaming with Jutsu Esports because look at that. I mean, there is a 3K goal lead in just 4 minutes, 20 seconds of the game, and your red buff, blue buff, all has been taken down. You're still getting invaded. And not only that, onto the turtle side, there is a fight going in, 1v2 situation at the jungle area. There will be the turtle freely going into the hand of Jutsu Esports jungler Raren. There you go, raising Sandstorm with there's a tornado. Howl falls down. Turtle into the hand of Raren. Red buff going into the hand of Team Jutsu Esports. Traction pulse used for the zone, but nothing gonna happen. The damage spike is not even there into the hand of Silly Monkey yet.
That's true. That's true. They have been trying to play it safe, but that's not happening as of now. But at the same time, Zeta taking so much damage really comes up as the backup. But I don't believe they will be needing as of now, given the fact that they are just out of the way. Now, on to the same note, Jutsu Esports are the ones who are coming up as the advantage. Look at that. They are able to manage their lanes. They are able to clean up all their farm as well. So it is looking really tight for Silly Monkey as of now to get farms from anywhere, be it minions or be it the creeps.
The scenario keeps changing for the team Silly Monkey here because the start was so good, not so good, but it got invaded with the wings by wings from Viole. But now, as you mentioned, slowly they are taking out all those macro objectives with those micro fights into their hand. And Esports is right now reigning with a goal lead of almost 5K. The fights comes up, but there is a Desert Tornado coming in with a phantom seed being used, but this is a technical glitch, I believe, from one of the team. Taking up the pause
Yep.
here, done by the referee. So It might be Team Silly Monkey, I believe, because I don't think like Jutsu really wants to go for a pause. They're in a good shape.
Let's see what will happen. But as of now, Jutsu Esports really, really high up on gold kills. They are trying to play it on a micro level because they do realize that it's the turtle as well as the turrets that they are aiming for rather than the kills. If the kills come in front of you, they are just taking it advantage of it and just moving forward. That is really looking good. But for the side of Silly Monkey, they need to group up now. I mean, this is the moment, despite not having items, but those a bit of a poke damage would really work it out, or try to use the rule divide and conquer, take one person down. You have seen how Viole was a bit out of the place, the one time he died. So if that's the possible scenario, it might be looking good, but let's see. There's a lot of possibilities between two teams. What could happen?
When I talk about the early game accessibility towards Jutsu Esports from the very beginning, because that was the Ishanshin jungle into their hand, but they managed to send that Ishanshin into the gold with Rarin grabbing up that edit for himself, and still the early game goes into their hand. Now it is the time for Team Silly Monkey. They need to show something because the time is coming a little bit towards that mid to late game rotation. If they will actually grab up this mid to late game for them, the Freya might gonna get that damage spike, and they might gonna give out that redemption, or you can say comeback, a possible comeback in this first game against Jutsu. But how the things are going on, if still going on like this, then there is no chance for Silly Monkey to even flinch against Jutsu Esports. But let's talk about the survivability. As I mentioned about the Uranus from the very beginning into the side of Team Silly Monkey, the survivability was little bit in a more complicatedly. It is more into the hand of Team Silly Monkey, but at the same time, currently, due to the damage spike, due to the damage gap, due to the level gap, and the gold earn, the items being taken up by the side of Team Jutsu, they're literally getting melted down when there is a team fight. So you need to avoid those team fights. Need to off the pace a little bit. But now, as we enter into the game once again, the resume happen, and there is the fight coming in with the Valkyrie Wrath. Bing John Flicker comes up, shut down happen to the Avisteezy with a slain onto the Viola, two-man down, and there will be the redemption onto that Freya. Sin Lavins will be taken out with Toby going on to the bot section for a cross map play, grabbing up that tier and securing another macro for his team.
True, that's true. Look at them. They are on an advantage of, having the 4,000 gold onto their hands. So that's really looking good. Onto the other hand, Zeta had been very active around the map, making sure to take away those turrets as quickly as possible. Now, when he's just doing that, he also knows he can give space for his team to make sure that they are, you know, in a position to get onto a fight anytime possible. So, so let's see how they are trying to, get towards those inhibitors. But as of now, bottom lane, that is too much damage in
Ooh.
for Toby to take on.
Okay, that was a
Oh,
little bit way. He dives into the wave, but this time Toby will be piercing him out, sending him directly into the heaven side. With a turtle being on for Robin, he's becoming the turtle slayer, raising Sandstorm being used, going for it. Neuer, can he manage to go back? He's getting a lot of hefty damages. Three-man going chasing onto him. A 3v1 situation, he might gonna... Okay, he's outplaying right now, but he not gonna outplay and go back into the safer zone because Robin gonna give that final blow onto him and secure the kill with the mid tier falling down. There is the expansion coming in, and there you go. Lie caught down there with a kill, another kill coming into the hand of Jutsu Esports. Not a single chance right now for Silly Monkey to make their comeback at this time. Because look at it, Pichi. Jutsu are really playing so aggressive at this moment.
definitely, they do have the advantage to do that, so they are making sure to do that. And with that, the room has fallen. That is the one set maker that is quite important for the side of Team Silly Monkey. You're letting go of your tank so easily. It's just gonna cost you the game. It's just gonna cost you those team fights that you guys are waiting for. So the team Silly Monkey is really asked to play it slow, trying to drag it out, but at the same time, Lich is getting targeted as of now.
Falling Star Moon with the Feather Strike following up. There is a lot of burst coming in, but they're gonna survive it. But the mid tier 2 not gonna survive these attacks from Zutsu Esports. Taking up the mid tier 2, clearing out this whole mid lane, expanding it for the side, and now the fight will be taken out so much into the jungle area. Another Falling Star Moon comes in, but it will be a defensive approach from the side of Silly Monkey, retaliating back. Not going to take up any fights at this moment. Holy Shield's coming out. A zone, another zone coming out with the help of the Feather Airstrike. The Holy Shields goes off, and now there is a fight. There's the fist crack coming in with a 4-man being setted up. But there you go. It is Zettat grabbing up the kill against her Japanese Eyes. And her Japanese Eyes falls for the first time.
Oh my goodness. The score is just riding up high. The team's not able to do anything while Jutsu Esports have been continuously, coming up with the farm. Now they did make sure that Toby is farmed up along with Raren and Violet. They do have the range, but oh no, that is definitely not a way to show vision. You're all alone, and I do believe EXP should just jump in quickly as well with you.
Obviously, and there you go. Like the first slot into the Land of Dawn, and Jutsu Esports are fearlessly taking it out because they know like there will no contest into the Lord way. They cannot come into the way, but now her Japanese Eyes a little bit overextending at this moment. Might gonna get caught out with Abyss Easy going in. Phantom Sting being used. They're going for the fight. Wings by wings. Feather Airstrike comes up. Violet really wants to make them use their resources, but somehow they managed to stall them out from the scene, from the fight. And now Toby is waiting for those minions waves to goes in so that he will grab up another tier 2 on the top side. We're not gonna see any defense coming out from the Silly Monkey side because look at that. There is a 10k goal lead, almost 10k, and it is high. It's a massive one, just like our prize pool. And there is the Feather Strike coming in, killing spree for Rarin, grabbing up the kill onto Vincent. And with that Lord emerging into the mid-side, slash onto the inhibitor, Nemesis opening, Howl falls down, and it will be Toby stealing out the tier. Look at the damage from Violet, slotting out that Uranus in his way and grabbing up that kill, and now locking down the base so the crystal will popping out soon, and Neuer goes in, falls down with Unstoppable being secured. There you go, Rarin falls down, doesn't matter. It is Team Jutsu Esports making their lead in this BO3 series with a start, with a banger start, with a fiery start. Team Jutsu Esports are with a 1-0. Will there be a comeback from Silly Monkey, or we're gonna actually, I mean, witness another clean sweep in this double elimination round by the Mythic Leaderboard team's domination?
Oh, let's see, let's see. That is what I'm, excited for, given the fact that this was complete domination by Jutsu Esports. They did not leave anything open for the side of Team Silly Monkey to take and try to, see if there's some crack open, which is also another good thing. But my goodness, the game ended so quickly that they landed in a match point as quickly as the match ended.
Of course, the match got ended with the score clinging onto the side of Team Jutsu Esports. And they really played so well from the very beginning of the game. We saw that invasion coming out for Howl. He just doesn't got the chance to farm up, and at the same
Yeah.
time, we saw that Toby onto the Ishan Chin managed to suck out the whole goal, take up those tier on the top, and after finishing the top, if you'll actually see the pattern pitchy. First, they took out the top, they went to the bot side, they took another tier in the bot, and then they attacked the mid one. And in the way of the mid one, they finished out 2-3 tiers, and they went to the inhibitor straightly. Well, they take out that goal, Holy Shield, and with just one Lord, they managed to finish up the game because that was the goal lead I was talking about. It's almost 10k, which was a massive one, and recuperating it, or reconciliating it, or coming back from that deficit is a really hefty thing to do in this MOBA 5v5 game. But there
That's
was a chance
true.
in the late game we could have see that surge coming in from the side of team Silly Monkey. But what's lack? It was the CC, it was the crowd control, it was the setups, it was the comp from the side of team Silly Monkey, and that was, I believe, like Badang Neuer with the Badang. I mean, he was falling a lot of times. It was kind of, if I will say in a straight language, it was more of a feeding than contributing to the team. So, the first game, literally not a good game for the side of Silly Monkey. But I believe with the mistakes they have done in this game in the draft phase and in the execution part, they might gonna learn it out and come back stronger in the second game because this is a BO3 series. You have three chances to prove yourself. If one chance is gone, you are left with two more chances. So be ready for that, guys. I mean, no need to, I mean, get sad about it with the first defeat. It might be a bit set. You might gonna give an upset to the Mythic Leaderboard team Jutsu Esports. So let's see what will be happening. But currently, as you see, this fight which was being taken on to that last phase when the
Yep.
Lord slammed up, Inhibitor falls down, Nexus open. We saw Viole bursting out, and Uranus, someone who is tankier than Lord, and then just grabbing up that lockdown onto the base so that they grab up the win. And in the process, Rarin falls down. Doesn't matter. MVP.
Oh, easy tag. Zeta picks up the MVP with 27 damage, 27% of damage dealt. That is looking quite good. And on top of that, damage taken 31%. His contribution to the team and the team participation really helped how Jutsu Esports wanted to take the fight because he was the one who was clearing those lanes very quickly. He was, literally using everything possible that he had during the lane cuts and then just jumping onto the bot, or is it going to be the top or the mid? He just made sure that he was there as well. Kill participation also looked like quite good, more than 50%. So yes, he was there. That really means that he was there.
Yeah, I told you like they got the Uranus. This side got the Esmeralda. We all know like the Esmeralda is someone who can dissipate a lot of damages. That is the reason. Like there was a fight, if you remember, Pichi onto the turtle zone in the mid game when we saw like a little bit spike into the hand of team Silly Monkey because that was the time they managed to grab up two kills. Japanese Eyes won, and we saw Vince's the Freya getting one kill as well with the Valkyrie's jump. And then it was Zed following up there, grabbing up those kill, consolation. And at the same time, we saw the cross map play while Toby managed to secure that tier onto the bot side. So this is how the game works. Like it's not like every time you need to go for the micro setups, the fights. You can actually taking those macro gonna give a lot of lane pressure, a lot of pressure to the side of your enemy, and in the end, there will be a result into your side, just like Jutsu Esports grabbing it up. Now, heading into the second
Definitely.
game draft, Pichi, do you think there will be some respect ban here? I don't see some meta picks, some big picks out from Jutsu Esports. It was some unusual picks. I mean, the regular ones. And with the regular ones, they
Definitely.
managed to find on the early game. And if you're grabbing up the early game, the late game is coming into your plate freely. That's what happens.
That's true. That's true. And on top of that, they are just making sure to pick their own signature heroes. This is something that they have been playing for quite a lot of time. They do know in and out of those heroes. So that's the case going on for as of now. Jutsu Esports is on a match point. That means if they win this match, it's going to be them placing in their upper bracket, and then Silly Monkey has to go towards the bottom, the lower bracket. Let's go. The bands has started so far. We are getting a hero who has not gotten banned. That is going to be the Eve. A pretty unusual pick, but when you think about it, it is much needed.
Of course, I mean, with if you're gonna see with the team fight comp, Eve really works better. Slowing you down with the help of the RWM, bursting you out with the help of the second skill and the first skill. At the same time, I mean, giving out that proper AOE kind of ultimate with the range. So obviously, I mean, with a team fight comp, it works better, and into the hand of Viole, it works really better because he loves to play it aggressively. But from Silly Monkey side, what they gonna grab for themselves? A Baxia ban once again coming in. Respect towards
Raren, of course.
with jungler Raren. But in this process of respect, don't forget to respect one of the best hero in the mid out there, which can be utilized by Viole so efficiently. That is the Jushin.
That's true. I think there's gonna be band or Jutsu Esports will be trying to grab, but Silly Monkey one last ban left. They will be have to force to ban the Zushin, and if they don't, they will be having to facing the wrath of it. But other than that, let's see if they do make that mistake or not. But I would love to see what kind of picks Jutsu Esports are also going forward for. Grok banned up, the tankiness are being targeted, which is also another good thing, but at the same time, Silly Monkey is really forced to ban the Zushin. But the question is, will they go for it or not?
Yeah, they went for it because. But now look at it. Avicii is got a chance to grab his Kalea out there. You have the
Yes,
Fedrin to take up, but no, there will be the Ishin Shin, and we're not sure it is into the hand of Raurin or Toby. So
Toby.
another flex coming out from the side of team Jutsu Esports, playing with the mind of the opponents, letting them think what we are going to do. This is fun to see in the drafting phase. This is real
Definitely.
mental exercise. This is why the drafting phase contribute a 60% part of the match. And now, let's see, Silly Monkey. Are they gonna grab up that Kalea in the fear to not give into the hand of Team Jutsu? Or they're gonna get that Sora into the hand because they banned out the Yuzong. And banning out the Yuzong, you're really opening a chance to give them the Ishin Shin as well. Because like Yuzong is one of the best counter for Ishin Shin and for the backline divers. So let's see what will be the trade coming in. It will be the Freya and a Kadita.
Shane went again for the Freya. I think it's a signature pick for the Silly Monkey. I have been looking at their matches right from the day number one, and it is like one of the constant picks that we are be looking forward. Jutsu Esports, but on to the other hand, they are not fearful for their pick, so it is quite easy for them to put a YSS onto the goal lane once again and actually face the Freya. But let's see how the picks are going around. It's going to be Jutsu Esports picking it up, but once again, it's going to be the Farsa. And as you mentioned, Ash Daisy, yes, it's going to be an Kalea. A pretty fantastic picks from Jutsu Esports, but at the same time, Silly Monkey once again will be having to face the plethora of crowd control now.
Of course, and like with the Kadita out there, okay, they went for the Gatot Kacha. That's a good treat coming out from them, but it will actually gonna hinder a lot for that Farsa because like there is the Kadita, there is the Gatot Kacha, so Viole will not gonna have a good dance here, but still, like if this game goes like the last game, even though Viole was getting trapped down by the fist crack, the team managed to give out those trades for their side, and in the end no one was there to catch a Viola, and the burst was too high that even Japanese eyes was getting down with an Uranus. Now the second
That's
benefit is
true.
coming in. Another respect done to Raren. They're sure that this Ishin Shin into the hand of Toby, but it's gonna change sooner. Who knows? And there is the Leo mode. It is a respect as well. I mean, because same kind of picks are being taken up by the side of team Silly Monkey, so they know might then Jutsu might be thinking like there might be a chance another time we're gonna see the Leo mode coming in for the jungle. So let's span it. Let's just let them pick something else so that we will play actually easily, more easily. So what else they can go pitchy like a Joy or a Suyu onto the assassin I'm talking. Joy, Suyu, or maybe you can talk about a Lancelot against a Ishinshin or a Hayabusa. And out of all these things, utility Gwynny.
Oh, Guinevere is really high possibility for Raren to pick it up. I do have a feeling that he might go towards that pick, but at the same time, there is Exborg as well. I have seen run and pick up Xbox quite a lot, and this was like seasons ago. But this season, I'm not quite sure how the rankings are for the Xbox. So that is also on the low percentage of being picked as of now. So
Ooh.
let's see what will Silly Monkey go in for. Now they'll have to see what kind of, the bans have been done. Hayabusa out of the list, Carry out of the list. There's a Claude quite open. I don't think there's going to be a clot, but as we have kind of established in the first game that both the teams are not loving for the marksman, why go in for a marksman ban? Like, are they trying to deploy more tanky heroes?
Not sure, not sure. It is because I told you, like this thing is not clear yet. I mean, banning out Fedrin because you thought like the Ishanshin is into the hand of Toby, and in the next
Mm-hmm.
moment you just ban the carry. So you're not even sure that this Ishanshin is into the hand of Raren or Toby.
Yes,
And this is the mind play which has been done successfully by the side of Jutsu Esports. I mean, wasting out two of your bans. And now
that's
they're gonna, if
true.
they will pick an edit, you'll feel so sad that we could have banned. But look at that! I told you, a utility Gwynny. I have seen it
Yep.
onto the hand of Van, and I've seen it onto the hand of Rarin as well. And he loves to grab it up. And now you have the magic comp with the sustain, and this there is a pickup comp as well. So in full way, you can say that this is the team of comp coming out from the side of Team Jutsu Esports. What could break it out? I believe a proper damage comp, a proper penetrating comp can might be a thing which can gonna add on to the victory side for Silly Monkey, a comeback if they will actually pick up something which gonna give them a proper setup, just like the Gatotka out there. A Lancelot coming in, guys.
Crazy. Crazy picks coming in. Lancelot from the side of Silly Monkey. I wasn't expecting it, I thought that they might be trying to match up a fighter along with the Guinevere, but no, that is not the case. Once again, Howl is definitely gonna get invaded, but this time he will be having the thorned rose on his hand so that he can immune, and he can also push up his retribution right on time, but that just depends on how they will be trying to give space to Howl as well. Last game it was not happening. This game, really really curious to know how it will be going around. Here is the draft, ladies and gentlemen. What are you guys thinking? Same question to you, Ash.
Uh, I think again a 50-50 drop. Both these sides have done. There's the Lancelot. He can reach to the back line easily and can grab up those kills on the Ishinshin as well as the Corsa. But if the first game continues, then I might not gonna see the Lancelot getting the spike because the Jutsu kind of going for that early game aggression and those invasion kind of play. Look at that. Once again, we are seeing that lane cutting coming out, but this time from the Silly Monkey side, they really do have that. I mean, Prey out there and CC out there, so obviously they're gonna lane cut.
That's true. That's true, but at the same time, okay, bottom lane, they have been trying to go for the first blood, and yep, they did manage to get it. Now, that is definitely looking quite good, but this is what the three sports have been trying to do right from the minute one.
Of course, I mean, grabbing up the first blood once again in the second game and again going for the invasion so that Howl cannot get easy farm for himself. And like a CC against Uranus really works, but what just happened? Beautifully, consolation kills comes in there. Gatot Kacha with the kill goes in. Noir grab up that kill for the side of Team Skill Monkey. I mean, Silly Monkey. 1-for-1 the score is before the turtle, and there is a little bit of a slam going in. Neuer needs to go back. Yep, he goes back there into the safer side, but now Toby needs to play a little bit safe. Pitchy.
No, that's true. That's true. Look at that. He's on the YSS, so definitely has to play it a bit safe. Onto the same note, another who can tank up so much in front of Abyssdizzy, yes, but they need a bit of an basic attack. The passive from Abyssdizzy as of now. What is it going to be? Look at that. Lancer comes in.
Puncture and Throne Rose with the Phantom Execution. Abastisi got executed out. Rorin goes into the Spatial Migration. He founds a kill, but there will be the redemption coming out from the Kadita. We're going to see the rotation from Vintis into the turtle, but I don't feel like Howl gonna take out the turtle here. Yo-Yo Bliss coming in, suctioning out the Z-Ted, beautifully zoning out the turtle zone. As well as we're gonna see that Rarin coming again back into the scene. And he might gonna contest out the turtle here, the first turtle. And Howl is not interested as well. He's really going for that crypt so that his retribution level will be a little bit higher against Aurora in Spatial Migration. Doesn't have a Violet him though, so he might not gonna go for that attack.
Okay, okay, look at them. They are trying to contest for the turtle as of now. It's just been 2 minutes already, while, both the teams are quite ready. Now they do have the Gatot who's trying to give up a bit of a vision, but in the same note, he is the one who's getting his HP lower. Okay, AOG goes in, that just gives Howl the damage and the part to take down the turtle. And obviously will be the sacrifice at the same note. Oh, let's goes in with the rough face, doesn't get much because he targeted a bit of air plus a bit of Zeta, so there was nothing there. But this time, Silly Monkey did win up the team fight.
Howl come from the back. Look at that. If you're gonna see the replay, you can see that Howl just come from behind, and then he managed to secure the turtle out there. But in the process, we saw Nor falling down. Rough Whips comes in as well, but there was a lot of things happened in that turtle area. But it is a silly monkey, of course, who won the fight as well as the turtle for them. They're kind of having the upper hand in this early game, but we know the discipline from the side of Zutsu Esports. If they maintained it out, they might gonna outplay Silly Monkey here. They're looking for that most needed opportunity onto the gold section. Look at Zedad.
He's just in and out. He's just trying to get something out of that. But okay, so far so good. Looks like the vision is out because of the mountain shocker. Now they will be a bit cautious though, because members do know who's gonna come in and not. And Silly Monkey has to leave behind this turret. Just few HP left. Oh, rough wave coming in. That would be Toby down as well as Rod, and that is just too much. That Abyss cannot do anything, but they are not stopping Ash.
Double kill secure, going for the triple at this moment. Valkyrie Rat coming in here, clearing out the waves there. Abastizi standing strong, but he can't do anything as you mentioned. But onto the top side, I believe Zetad needed in the team fight. Look at that. They literally overextended for that tier. They find the tier there for the macro, but then it was Rarin and Toby falling down in that rough whip trap. And another kill being secured by Howl here. Off-cam kill coming in. Howl going with the help of the puncture, securing the kill onto Viole. And one after one, Zutsu Esports members are being taken down with a 7-4 lead onto the micro side, going for the turtle, and it might be an uncontested one. Look at that, nobody's there to give that hindrance, and he got the turtle second for the silly monkey.
That is true. Now this is where they are trying to shine in the goal, taking down Toby as well. Bottom lane quite open this time around. There is a bit of tankiness onto their hands that they cannot go in for a bit of a contest, or they cannot go in because one, they are aware that the Karita is just there. But look at that, another face popping up. That this would be for Abyss easy. This was a bit waste though, in my opinion. But the real fight might be there at the bottom lane. They're trying to cover every single exit possible. But oh, Noir, okay, goes in for the taunt. He tries to catch Raren. Now, this is where, Silly Monkey are trying to go for, advantage very quickly. Look at them.
Yeah, the feather airstrike bursting out Noir right now, stunning him up. Noir falls down into the hand of Toby. He got the final blow. And there you go. Vintus and the co needs to goes back at this moment. The zone was totally perfect. And the follow-up from the side of Zutsu as well. A little bit of, you can say, restlessness for the side of Zutsu Esports. They got out after 3 minutes, they got the kill here. And that was too long to grab up the kill. Because I was seeing all the silly monkey doing this monkey dance there in the land of dawn and grabbing up those kills, macro objectives for them. But now another zone perfectly been done. Special migration used. AOG following up here. Rarin in a very bad position at this moment. Can he go back? No, he can't. Killing spree secured by Howl. Easy one comes up for Howl here. That was a bit, you say, bit, I mean, obsessive move come from Rarin onto the top side.
True, that's true. They're not stopping as well because there is Lich who does gets interrupted with the tsunami slam. Now under the turret, he is taking a bit of a lot of damage. Now the turrets are falling down one by one. Zutsu Esports are not the ones with the lead on the turret, but Hal knows this is not the situation to take the fight. It's just going backwards, but I don't think that's the case for Neuer because Zitar, being such a tanky menace, is just surviving in those team fights. And on the same note, mid lane, they are trying to get that lane as well. Almost all the tier 3 turrets are down from the side of Jutsu Esports. Silly Monkey, oh, okay. A nice jump coming up from RN, but I do believe they will be heading towards the turtle very quickly while Toby is just roaming around a bit trying to take down the turrets which were quite open.
Structure being secured from the top side by Toby and the turtle as well into the hand of Rarin in the third one. Now they're going for the invasion. Beautifully being set up. Special migration. He doesn't have the violet trigger, but there is the zone coming in. There is the knockoff as well. Noir managed to survive these attacks, but look at that feather air strike. Noir is getting a lot of burst. Tsunami slam being happened from the behind. We're going to see that come of Valkyrie Wrath from Vintus, but now he's getting stunned, and this is the rough waves coming in with a yo-yo place. Oh, we're gonna see that final blow being given by none other than Lichy here, List here. He founds the kill there onto Raren once again. Puncture comes in, Throne Rose into the way, and you're gonna see that taunt from Vintus as well. It goes back though, but it's a 1-for-1 aroma for the jungler trade, which is better for the side of Silly Monkey, I'll say.
Definitely a very good trade as of now, but because of all the turtles that they have been, accumulating in their hands, it is just quite possible for them. But okay, Violet bursting down the Freya, just making sure that the Freya will be getting punished before Howl comes in now. A bit of an vision given out already, but Toby though he's gonna get a chase very quickly.
Of course, you're gonna get the chase, and you have seen that thing. Like I saw, it might be a list, but he's playing so well at this moment. The positioning, the perfect micro securance, he's totally good at it. But now, Toby, he is in a very bad position. Yo-yo plays, cotton call, both being used. Vengeance comes up, tsunami slam into the way. He used the immune, but now he's getting chased down by three members in the way. Japanese falls down. And look at that. There is the feather airstrike coming in, halting the way. But now, grabbing up, these three members are taking down the Freya. A lot of damage being dished out. AOG comes up. It will be Freya going down. So do the Gatot. Neuer not gonna survive at this moment. Mega kill being secured. Mountain Choker released onto the mid side. A 1v1 situation going in. Rarin versus Howl. Howl goes back there with Rarin surviving and might gonna go for the Lord here.
Yep. Silly Monkey really doesn't want this game to go in a clean sweep. They are frantically trying to up their goal so that the goal deficit won't be catching up. And if it does, they also know that they will be in a bit of a trouble. That very low on mana is just trying to be there. But oh, that was a bait. That was a bait that Howl fell into and he just got deleted. And this is a cue for Arden to take the Lord. There you go. Zutsu Esports laying out the bait.
They got the Lord there. They got the kills as well. In the turret section, if you'll see, they got the mid tier. I mean, almost got the mid tier, but now the special migration mounted shocker release. A zone comes up. Ibis follow up. Four-member gank onto Neuer, and not a single chance for Neuer to actually survive that gank. And now the mid tier one falls down with the lane expansion being done. Onto the bot side, we're going to see that solo Lord clearance from Vintus. That's a good choice. I mean, you are a Freya. You have the damage spike. You can easily take out the Lord, and there is only one member coming out for you. But there's the follow-up. Immediate follow-up from Rarin. He might gonna wait for the setup. He might gonna jump it out with the spatial migration. He went for it. He don't have... Okay, he used the violet trick him as well.
Oh.
And there you go. Secured the kill by none other than Zeted here.
My goodness, 2v1 situation is just not for the Freya as of now. Look at them. The Lord already down though. which is also another good thing from the side of Team Silly Monkeys, but they are just making sure that Noor won't be trying to get there. But oh, he's targeting Violet one by one. He will be taken down. Going towards a four member. What is Noor thinking? But okay, that doesn't stop here. Going towards the bottom lane. They are trying to jump in. They did get a good jump on the good EXP laner, the CC as well. But oh, rough is coming in. There you go. Instantly, obviously, who is there with his immortality. He did survive, but that's okay for Violet. Dishing out his flicker, his bird form as well. Double kill. What's in lobby? And he's going for more. Is he going to pick up the triple? Look at him. What is he going to do? Zitardo. CC joins up as well. That looks a triple. Yep. Is it going to be a maniac? No, Raren. That is a chase that I don't think Freya is going to go for.
Okay, he might not gonna know that Rarin is onto the blue buff side. Rarin really wants to contest it out. He might gonna go
Wait a
inside the
minute.
tier. He really
Oh.
hungry for those kills, but somehow that little bit of overextension priced out a lot for the side of team Zutsu Esports. I can tell because they could have done it easily. The discipline was not so there. And in that meantime, Vintus he finds a triple kill against Zutsu Esports, grabbing up some gold, recuperating some gold for his side. And you can see there is no goal lead right now. It's just a 300 from the side of Silly Monkey. Times changes. And Table got changes as well. But now in the Lord side, I believe Silly Monkey will hold their way for a contest this time.
That's true. That's true. Look at that. Now they are trying to get Toby as well. Will they be successful though? That's a bit of a stretch right there for Silly Monkey. They are coping up with the gold as well, but the Lord is where the Zutsu Esports are really keen to take down. But okay, there you go. Raren jumps in.
Rorin jumps in with the special migration, and now Noir falls down. Final blow being given by Toby there. Without the Roamer, that'll be easy. But look at the Vintes goes in, burst being there. He falls down. A shutdown happened by Toby. And Mounted Shocker released as well. First, I got the final kill onto Hall. The spatial migration while took him combo. Vengeance being used, but there is the jump. There is the
Oh
dash.
no.
There is the kill. Team Zutsu Esports finds their way into the base with a 4-man down. Is just glitched out there. Can he survive? Can he manage to defend it out? He's getting a lot of damage there though. The minion waves going in. He needs to defend it out. They're locking down the base. The rough is being used. He's going for the minions, but
Oh no.
targeting the minions there. And there is the killing spree coming in. They somehow managed to defend the base, but another flow comes in with the base getting targeted down. Jutsu Esports taking out their way in this PO3 series in this double elimination round and grabbing their slot into the upper brackets series with the lower bracket welcoming Team Silly Monkey after their loss.
Let's go. We got the first team to enter the upper bracket, and we also got the first team to enter the lower bracket. With that, what a game coming in from Zutsu Esports. I wasn't expecting that. I was definitely not. The Kadita really did a lot. Kadita did everything in her own hands to clear up those minions, and she did. But those next wave was just quite unfortunate for them to just, to be there to clear it off as it was just Noir all alone. But oh my god, what a game! This was definitely one of the game that I could call it, a 50-50 game. Both of them really played it out. Like if Jutsu took one kill, Silly Monkey would take another kill, and they just like hop on for one by one. And Freya though, hats off to the Freya to taking triple kill as well. But in this highlight, look at that, she was the first blood.
Okay, that was a good thing to say. But like Pitchy, what happened? I believe Jutsu Esports played so well with the discipline. There was a little bit break of the discipline when we saw that fight, over extensive fight. But then after that, they wait for the gamble, and somehow Team Silly Monkey went for the gamble as well, and in the process, they lost 4 members, and List got attacked by 4 members, so couldn't survive and they couldn't manage to defend the base. At that moment, I believe when your Nexus is open, you should not take this kind of gambles. You should wait for the perfect moment. You might gonna go for that clutch steal onto the macro objectives like Lord or Turtle, or are you gonna wait for the defense? But they really went for the fight, and look at the burst. I really want to see that perfect moment before the second lot, in which you're gonna see the way Vintus went for the dive onto the four members, and he got a lot of burst by Viole with the Farsa out there. And not only that, the final blow being given by Toby, a perfect revenge taken by the side of Jutsu Esports co-laner for the triple kill he had given to the Vintus of Silly Monkey. But a lot of things to learn from this game as well for Silly Monkey. Look at the bust. Unstoppable. Viole played so well. I believe he got the MVP here, not Toby. As he's the one who was rotating the whole game for Jutsu Esports in this match. And I'm damn sure he's the MVP in this game.
That's true. That's true. Look at him. Look at him really just spin all around the map, making sure, they are being as quick as possible. But at the same time, that is just too much damage. Jutsu Esport really played it well. They, tried to corner up as much as they could. And yep, that cornering really worked well. Look at that. Look at that. Karita really did so much. Look at minions coming in. The rough is also being so low. Try take it down, but she herself had to go down. And this is where members of Jutsu Esports started falling down one by one. But that wave was just enough. But okay, Zedad once again with the
No.
MVP. He's having a streak.
Okay, you got the MVP. I thought it's Viole with the kills. But no, it's Zittad. Obviously, I mean, the man who was standing up front with taking all those damages, all those bullets into his heart. And not only that, with a team fight participation of 57, not kill participation of 57%, and the damage dealt of 28 with a 46% damage taken. It was too high. He was really the one standing like a sandbag for the side of team Jutsu Esports with a 418 KDA. Is Ztad second time in the row with that MVP.
That's true.
And
That's
back into the
true.
top of the Pitchy. It's time for us to take a short break so that the next casters will be joining for the next game, the next PO3. EVT coming up, and another underdog team waiting for EVT. There might be an upset. There might be a bigger game for EVT, just like this game, a clean sweep. Who knows? If you really wants to know, you need to stay here at Jutsu Gaming. Subscribe our channel, like the stream, share the stream to your friends. Let them know that the Indian Champion Series is here with a prize pool of 1 lakh rupees. And do not forget to join our Discord server as well as following up our Instagram handle so that you will be getting all those infos about this event and the upcoming events of each and every games which is being done in our Jutsu Gaming. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Stay a lot. Stay there. Open up your chips packet. Stay hydrated. Me and Pichi will be going, but the new talents will be coming up soon. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome back to the Indian Championship Series, ladies and gentlemen. As we're going to be heading back into straight into action of four best of three series back to back, and of course we just had one match, and right now we're going to be heading towards the second one. And obviously, to take you through it is going to be the casters myself, Ray, and joining me is obviously on my right side is going to be Crucifix, and we are going to be witnessing a best of three between, of course, Elusivity Esports and Astral X Reaper. So, Crucifix, how are you doing, man?
Doing pretty fine, my friend. And I'm kind of like excited to see what Elusivity Esports are going to bring to the table. They've got the second pick. Obviously, priority is not them. They've got you know, the red team. They're stuck in the red team, so they will have the second pick options. So I believe that, Astral X Reaper might actually have an advantage, maybe able to pull off one of those meta heroes, something that could give them an edge in the game. Probably you've got to watch out for what Astral Reaper is going to be, sort of trying to pull here, like in the gacha system, what hero they can actually get on their side. Elusivity, the stakes are pretty high. Make sure that you actually get it in the game.
Yep. And with this, the bans are going to be starting in right now, and we will most likely see the typical bans. The YSS gets banned out, and from the other side, we're going to be seeing what is that? Remove that text. Oh, that's Ixia. A really unexpected ban. Usually, it's not that seen often, but maybe Astralex Reaper have a Ixia main that they're really targeting to do so. And ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that this tournament is brought to you by Zutsu Gaming, and as well as, of course, it is powered by AOC itself. And the prize pool is a massive 1 lakh, and all of these teams are obviously striving to get it. So let's see how this second best of three series goes. And right now, okay, there's the Zushin ban, but let's see if there is a Ixia, well, what do you say, main, or maybe a one trick,
Hey,
would it
hey,
affect
Ray,
their?
look at what's
Hey,
banned, dude.
it's when did it get banned? Hey, I thought that was a prayer. That was an honor to be a one trick because you're really good at it. It's the Bruce Lee quote, isn't it? I'd fear not the man who practices like 10,000 moves, fear the man who practices one move 10,000 times. So I think being one trick is a compliment, in my opinion, at least.
I just reached Argus Immortal, by the way, but look at that. We've got Astral Reaper with first
Congrats, man.
pick. They've got Grok on their side, but yeah, talking about that, dude. I reached solo immortal from, I think all of us can actually expect Mythic to a Mythic Immortal straight with Argus. And that's beating all kinds of Chos, Paquitos, Freyas in the EXP lane, gold lane. Absolutely demolish it. But hey, talking about that, Freya has been banned inside of Team Elusivity. Don't want to face that Freya in the EXP or gold lane. They've got one more hero from the side of Team Astral Reaper that we actually skimmed over. That's going to be Kimmy getting banned, a mid lane hero that actually has a lot of potential kiting, possibilities. And hey, back to you.
Yeah, and congrats on the Argus one, man. I will not, put myself in that form of torture. I mean, I would not even do it with the most meta heroes, but somehow you have the patience to do it, and that might have affected your health. I'm gonna be honest, homie. You gotta stop doing that to yourself. But jokes aside, yeah, the Kimi gets banned out, which is obviously a good choice from the side of Astral X Reaper for a simple reason. Senju is there, and I have seen him on a previous
Oh,
match in this
nice.
tournament itself. He played really well on that, of course, the Kimi, and was the main reason they almost won two series. So I think that Kimi ban is justified. But of course, the Fovius against the Yuzhong kind of, not the best option. On the other side, Senju immediately responding with the Zeshian. It's going to be giving them a lot of vision. And obviously, that stun that will come with the Fury of the Phoenix. And to counter out the fact that they have a Grok, they get the Khalid as well. So far, Elusivity Esports are 3-4-3, having really great counter picks. But we have yet to see the marksman. And I do think a Granger should get banned out. If not, Elusivity Esports will most likely just pick up the Granger for Crisis.
I don't think a Granger would be highly recommended against like Grok and maybe Phobius. I think that's going to be a bad pick on their side. I believe so, at least. But the side of Team Astral Reaper respond quickly. They get the Fanny out of the picture, making sure that Elusivity don't have the opportunity to get another dive hero. They've got Khalid, they've got Yuzong, not one more. They want to keep the, Fanny off limits for him. And they also made sure that Sora is going to get banned too. Elusivity Esports, on the other hand, got themselves a Yves and also a Kadita ban. That
There
means,
we go.
oh, you were right, dude. My God, Granger getting picked picked against a carry in 2025. That's crazy, my friend.
I mean, I've been away from casting scene for quite a while, but I guess that's the beauty of it because most of these teams they're still on the old things, so it's easy to catch up sometimes. And yeah, whenever there's a carry, it used to be the Granger, and I'm really glad that it's still the Granger, and they are not going to change it anytime soon until I guess Granger gets nerfed. But honestly, with the M series skin, and with how this guy is basically the signature pick for almost every gold laner in existence, I don't think he's gonna get nerfed anytime soon. Or maybe a nuke marksman. But to be fair, goddamn, it's kind of sad. But Obsidia, she did not really turn out that strong, even though she's the latest marksman they released. But that topic aside, with this Granger on the side of Astralex Reaper, having an assassin would definitely help them. But at the same time, there's Khalid that can invade, and instead of assassin, they
Oh.
will go for the Guinevere on to the jungle pit.
And surprisingly, a Lunox on the mid lane. They've got two true damage, at least heroes that can actually chunk down all the beefy, tanky front lines from the side of Team Elusivity Esports. Yuzong, Khalid really need to think twice before they actually engage on any one of them, because obviously Grok could also be used to be played defensively. The guy's got Earthen Rampart, he's got Mighty Swing, he's got Tectonic Charge. Bro is going to be a beast to deal against, at least with the heroes that the side of
Okay.
Team Elusivity Esports actually get that X-Borg too. I actually see the potential with it. They've got three. Okay, in this game, there are three heroes that actually do a lot of damage to tanky frontliners, that being Carry, Lunox, and also X-Borg. Two of them which deal true damage
Yep.
with certain conditions, obviously. But again, still very good heroes overall. I believe that Elusivity Esports might actually just have a difficult time in the late game with like Carry, but if at all Yizong is able to catch her out, single her out, then she's gonna actually have a hard time there. Overall, I believe that the side of Team Astral Reaper have won the draft, but hey, the draft is only just 40% of the game.
Absolutely right. And I think the rest 60% will obviously come to that execution that we will see. And obviously, that 60% is also split onto like a lot of halves, right? You have the lane management that a lot of teams, I feel like, even I think, except for one or two teams, I'm not going to name them. If they know, they know. But except for one or two teams, I feel a lot of teams struggle with that lane management. But with this, we will head into the Land of Dawn and we'll witness if this best of three series, the first match, ladies and gentlemen, between EVT Esports and Astral X Reaper. We just call them Reaper for now, right? And with this, obviously, myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Crucifix. And let's see how the rotations have been made. A good emphasis on the EXP side.
I think what they're trying to do is Elucidity's trying to find out where the enemy's jungler is. They're trying to get the vision. Oh, look at that. We've got Rome flashing in on the early game. That gives X-Borg the opportunity to push down the Fire Bear, making sure he gets a little more farm. Does Guinevere get it? We won't see it. But we do see that. Oh, good grief. We've got Sky falling down already. I remember Chicken Little, man. That show actually had the skies falling whole trope, and I actually still remember that from my childhood.
And we'll get the instant replay immediately.
My God, look at that. We've got the site on the top lane, but then all of a sudden we've got a kill on the mid side of the map. And I think there's going to be a lot more pressure. Look at that. Zacian, Grok is trying to stay alive against all of the damage that's coming up from the side of Team Elusivity Esports, but look at that. We've got to jump onto the X-Borg. He's still got the Ferroga armor. He's going to do a lot of damage. He's going to Meltdown Sky, who is low on HP, by the way. After that loss in that fight there, on the bot side, over all things, we've got Phobius losing the lane against the Yuzong. Not a surprise, but again, it's not that big of a deal, to be honest, if he stays alive. If at all he dies, then it's going to be a problem.
Most likely. And I think he should retreat, honestly. I mean, Turtle's going to be coming in, and he might just lose minions, yeah, and he should. The Turtle's going to be coming in, and the mid lane pressure right now coming in from Zacian pretty strong, because of course the Lunox does not have the strongest wave clear, and with the Turtle getting fixated, and Corey Curie being level 4, and Sky still level 3, I think the advantage is pretty much on the side of EVT Esports. And yeah, Sky's going to come on that buff, and I think, oh no, he
Look
gets
at the
ejected out.
positioning. Oh, damn, dude, that Petrify actually missed. But again, at the end of the day, it's all right. They didn't lose much. Corey Curie in a tough spot, but he's not going to lose anything again. Wolfie trying to do some damage to Crisis. He pops the Chaos Assault, and he's going to take a lot of damage. There comes the Brilliance. Sidestep by Crisis, but still, that Chaos Bolt finds its way home, making sure that Crisis is out of the picture. But Wolfie is going to go down as fast as he took down Crisis, dude. That was absolutely horrendous.
I definitely think that was way too much commitment for a mid laner. I mean, I get it, but that was insane, wasn't it? He committed even with the flicker. But to be fair, when you're already down so much, I guess it's better to just go all the way. And he committed to it, and it was a 1-for-1 trade. I guess it's worth it if they can keep Crisis on the bay like that. But they have to maintain that
No.
because one kill is not going to be enough, right? They got to make sure until the mid game he's not able to farm up at all. And Carry is the one that's staying ahead. And focus on the gold lane right now. They will have to kind of abandon their EXP lane because at the end of the day, Carry is the one that's going to be carrying the game. And they got to witness it. Oh, look at that. A lot of damage on the Grok.
We've got the Raging Sandstorm. There goes the flicker. Well, no, I don't think that was the flicker. But Wolfie's gonna go down again, man. She doesn't have the flicker. She's gonna be taken down like butter on a, hot Sunday afternoon. But look at that. We've got a jump from the Guinevere. Spatial Migration was canceled out by Celestial Armaments. But here comes Last Insanity doing a lot of damage. Gets Carry out of the picture. Grok's still alive. I think they're trying to defend the mid lane. But that's gonna be a lot of damage to that, tower. Even though there's only one minion.
Teamfight's still
Another
going in
spatial-
strong.
Oh, another spatial migration.
Ooh.
Babu takes down a butt again. Sky finally gets a kill. And here comes Wolfie getting another kill. And Babu getting another kill. He's going to get the kill on Crisis. That's going to be a very, very bad decision from the side of Team Elusivity Esports. They committed too much. Tectonic Charge saves the day. And that was a horrendous, set of events that just happened for the side of Team Elusivity.
Yeah, I definitely think when there's a Grok fighting in a corner of walls like that, it was not the best decision. Losing 2 of the members just from the tectonic charge and the rest 2 from the engage, it just immediately resulted in a full 180 of their slow. And right now it's Astral X Reaper that have taken the lead and are kind of ahead on the kills. And the gold side, not much though. EVT still maintaining that lead. And right now they're going to be going for its second turtle. And it's already getting duped a little bit towards the side though. Carry!
Oh, look at that. Khalid, he actually just snuck up on the Carry, making sure that Carry actually, takes a lot of damage, but she did technically die, so it's alright. But again, the side of Team Elusivity Esports really have the upper hand here. They've got the big back dragon in the air. They've got Julius taking down the turtle with that retribution. Corey Cutie gonna kill Babu, his counterpart in the XP lane. Furia Phoenix coming up from the air, and Crisis getting the kill on Sky. Dude, that's absolutely poetic when you think about it. And that's one more down for the side of Team Astral X Reaper. AXR lose one more in that whole team fight. I don't know why they lost 3 people. They could have just backed off. But hey, Elusivity seems to be capitalizing on the, advantage that they just got.
Yeah, they were immediately able to clap back from the kind of a blunder that they did in that previous team fight. And right now they're back on form and they are maintaining the lead. They already have the mid lane turret, which is obviously one of the most important factors. And right now they're even going to be able to get the bottom lane. That's 2 positive, insane amount of macro under just a minute from the fight that they just had. Top lane too. So basically they got all the outer turrets.
I completely agree with you, man. And, well, if it's a Granger push on the top lane and nobody's actually there, I saw the positioning of the Khalid. I knew that the guy is going to protect Granger no matter what. So Carrie really has to play safe because she has the vision on Khalid. She knows that, Khalid is right there. So he can't engage without thinking twice. And that led to that tower getting taken down to mid lane is being pressured now, Crisis, and also Shenzu being there is going to be a big problem. There comes the Earthen Repart that's summoning up the wall. I think that's not going to lead to anything because the side of Team Elusivity Esports really have the upper hand here. They've got 4,000 gold lead. That's approximately 4,000. But again, in the end of the day, AXR can't really keep up with whatever Elusivity Esports are bringing to the table. They might have won one team fight, but that's not going to be enough today.
And I think if they are not able to convert more of the team fights into their favor, they're ultimately going to lose this game for a simple reason that, I mean, yes, Carry is strong, but so is a Granger. Once he stacks up, he's just going to be spamming unlimited. And look at the effect. Xborg is all alone there and affecting so much of the workflow of the side of Defovius. And it's really putting him in a deficit. And right now, I think we can see the Khalid also kind of pressuring as well into the purple pit.
Yep. I don't see any possibility from the side of team, AXR to actually make a comeback here. But right now is not the moment we can actually think about the win condition because look at Xborg just forcing the enemies back into the tower. That means T2 might actually just be forced. Look at that. Fury of the Phoenix lands perfectly. Crisis getting a kill on Babu. He gets another one on the Sky and another one. He's not going to stop. But obviously, you can't really rush inside the tier 3. So he gets a triple kill, and the open exposed tier 3 is completely free for the taking. And look at that, they've still got this going in the bag for them. They're going to push down the tier 3 in the bot lane, try to pressure down the game completely. But no, I don't really know. Carry's back in the picture, so they're going to be able to clear the minions. Wolfie can't really, I don't think it's actually a good idea, but the spatial migration lands, and Xborg was not able to actually, be taken away by the side of Team AXR, but it's kind of bad, alright? I'm just gonna be very straightforward. I believe that Elusivity had this dive composition, and the fact that Astral X Reaper had this whole setup for a re-engage composition, as I'd like to call it. Something that you pull the enemies towards you, like sort of like a poke comp, like you poke the enemies and then pull them back and then play at your advantage. They're not doing that. They're just actually just walking into Elusivity's trap, or just playing according to whatever they actually have going on for the side of team, AXR, whatever they're planning, and Elusivity are still able to, get that done. AXR are not really thinking straight, and I think we can all see what's happening.
Yep. And with this, I think the fate of AXR is kinda already sealed because they have already lost out basically the lead completely. There's a 6 kill deficit, and around the main factor, which is the 10,000 gold lead that Elusivity Esports have right now, which is basically a sign of dominance. And even if they try to come back right now, Crisis is sitting at 5 kills and is pretty much fed. And even the Lord is right now marching to their base. Look at the damage that's coming out.
Bob cannot really sustain all the damage that Elusivity are bringing to the table, man. It's 10,000 gold to the side of Team Elusivity. The deficit is absolutely crazy. We've got a Raging Sandstorm. We've got a Fury of the Phoenix. We've got a Dragon in the air. And Crisis shooting bullets from the backside, making sure that 2 of the members are down before the Lord even connects to the base. Then there goes Export's Garaga armor. But does that really matter, dude? Everyone from the side of Team AXR cannot keep up with whatever Elusivity is bringing to the table. There goes the Tectonic Charge, but does not matter. Tornado's going to be taken down. There goes Wolfie too. Tried to use that beautiful ultimate, but does not connect. Was taken absolutely aback by that beautiful play from, Carry. But doesn't really matter in the end of the day, dude. It's still a loss for the side of Team AXR. They did pretty good in a certain situation or two, but nothing too, extravagant.
Except for the one moment I think they were caught, and I mean the highlight of the play for them was the Lunox playing very aggressive and taking down Crisis, and the second team fight where I would definitely say it was Elusivity Esports finding themselves in a pickle. It was more of them making a mistakes and they just capitalized on it. Other than that, it was a full-on snowball game, pretty much dominant. It was more of, I think, even though the draft was kind of good, it's pretty much taken into the consideration the fact that Xborg, they did not have peel enough for the Xborg, and also the carry obviously needs to farm up, and the carry is obviously not able to do so for a simple factor that the Granger still kind of counters her for the simple reason he has more range and he cannot be outpoked by the carry. He can maintain that distance, especially after the level 4, and I think that resulted in, of course, losing the goal lane, and then of course the invasion started kicking up, because I do think the Guinevere right now, she is not the best jungle choice if you're going to be I think she can be used in some certain scenarios, but she's subjective. She's a subjective hero, not something like a Leo mode that you can pick up and it will work like 80% of the time. So I do think they're going to be
No.
having to switch up the jungler, or
Really?
yeah, Leo mode is
Leomord
meta
works
right
80.
now.
No, I
Yeah,
do agree with that, but like not 80% of the time, dude. I'd give him a solid 65% of the time. Nothing more than that because
67%.
no, don't give me that brain rot, man. But look at that instant replay highlights of the match. This is the first kill of the game, I believe. And there goes Sky, first blood, who decided Team Elusivity Esports. Astral X Reaper did not stand a chance at that team fight, yet they took it. And now here comes Wolfie's little scenario where she actually used up all of her spells just to take down, Crisis. Look at that, man. And she just walked into the enemies, dude. They had vision on where the enemies are. Elusivity Esports just she just walked into that one.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, this was the moment where they kind of made a blunder, fighting in midst of a wall. They immediately get taken down. Yep. More. This was the first mistake that Elizabeth Esports did, and they only one actually. After that, they kind of got locked in and just immediately started dominating throughout the whole match. And they immediately, you can clearly see in all those team fights, they're kind of outmatched. Decision's ultimate comes in, they get stunned. The damage is coming in from the Granger. They're getting sprayed. There's the damage from the Yuzhong combined with so much spray from Xborg. They're just outmatched completely because they don't have enough AoE. The carry is only single target, and the Grok is just getting melted. And Phovius also, I think, is right now not the most meta
This
fighter. You can see what a disgusting combination of the skills.
I agree with you, man. But in the end of the day, I would love to put some light onto the fact that every single time Yuzong or Xborg or anybody engages, we had Zacian's ultimate just popping out from the top of the screen to the bottom, making sure everyone goes 6 feet under, just like this one fight here. I think Granger actually just sealed the deal on that one, dude. Absolutely mind-boggling how this guy played. MVP for a reason, my friends. 34% damage dealt. 12% damage taken. I think, Granger did take a lot of team fights here and there, but Wolfie taking him down probably led to most of the damage taken. And kill participation, 94%.
Insane and huge, obviously, because 94% basically means that he, I mean, in a KD of like this, he was basically just 1 kill away from having 100% kill participation. So, pretty
Yeah, it doesn't
insane.
really matter, dude. It's a
Yeah.
marksman. It does not matter if you have high team participation or
But
not.
yeah, 90% is insane as a marksman. Pretty much goes to show he was always
Exactly,
into team
man.
fights. And his damage taken is pretty much funny. It's mostly from the Lunox. The first time he died, and the second time
Exactly.
is the 12% is from the Lunox itself. But
I
yeah,
bet
it's
that
pretty
is.
impressive. He has already like 4 items right before the game even ended at like what? It was around 11 or 12-minute mark, I think, right? So impressive marks right there. So good job, obviously. And the Granger still remains to be a comfort pick for so many goal laners. I low key want him to get nerfed just so I can start seeing other marksmen in the lane, man. It's been a long while. I mean, people might say, hey, people pick the Freya, people pick the Sora. No, man, I want to see it marksmen. It always feels like marksmen come in the meta for 2 days, then they go disappear again these days. What's
I
happening, man?
blame I blame the fighters, bro. It reminded me of a little joke though, like, recently, so I was playing a game. And I was ranked. No, I think it was classic. Yeah, I was just chilling out, playing a classic game. I was just relaxing. And well, all of a sudden, I see this one beautiful Natalia player picking, Natalia, and I'm like, yo, that's all peace. Go for it. Have fun. And then I see her build in the game, okay? She's got two boots, the same ones. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? And then she's like, I have two legs. I'm like,
It reminds me of that sun meme, man. It reminds me of that sun meme. You know, one son has had 6 rapid boots, and obviously he asked the same question: Why do you have 6 boots? He said, "I have 2 legs." Then what about the rest for? It's for my clones, man.
I
it
can't believe people still do that to this day in big 2025, man.
it
Holy
is 2026, man.
2026. My bad, man. I'm stuck in the past.
It's fine. You know the fact that funny enough, when that sun meme happened, it actually worked back then. You could stack boots like around like till season 15. Like they would stack up and you would have
Yeah.
like 600 movement speed. Then they removed it because some people were abusing it with I think Zilong and even Argus. I think Argus was actually one of the heroes. If you
Hey.
search Argus super speed bug, you'll actually see that he crosses dimensions and stuff with 6 boots. You can search it. I think it still exists. I abused that bug once, and I didn't get banned for it because it was from the game side, you know.
Hey,
Just kidding.
hey, it's all fun and games, but I think season 15 is where we still had the sun that used to spin around in circles. Do you remember that? Like,
Yeah. What
yeah,
kind?
there was a sun that would go like this, dude. Like, he would hold the staff and then you'd go this.
I get it. What the hell? Bro dropped his whole camera. Don't. Good
That
recreation.
that is crazy. I'm sorry.
Nah,
Anyways,
it's good. It's good. It's good. But anyways, the side of Astral X Reaper, there's even more bad news for them because they will follow through with the same bans despite the fact that Zushin was open. And that is crazy because Zushin has not been picked, if I'm not mistaken, even once in this tournament so far because she's always banned. And right now they give her away. But they are deciding to go with two fighters that can go into the back line. But is it going to be enough though? Because Zushin is crazy cracked. I mean, there's a reason she's always banned. So very
Oh,
risky choice.
Reeves, dude. No, dude. You don't give the Fredrin away. All right, guys. The match is sealed. We've got Lucivity winning this one because honestly, in all honesty, I think Fredrin paired up with heroes like Zushin and control heroes overall, they absolutely dominate. We've got Zushin, control hero. We've got Arlott, another control hero. We've got Fredrin. This is going to be a very difficult match for the side of Team Astral X Reaper. That's personal experience overall, but Astral X Reaper, they've got themselves to carry again. Last match, very underwhelming performance. Can they actually bring it back this time? They've got the Yuzong on their side, though, this time. So I believe that, Elusivity might actually have a little bit of trouble here and there, I believe. But that's all depending on the, plays that they make.
Yeah, and honestly, like, not exactly sure why they picked up the carry again immediately so fast. Should have waited a little bit,
Right.
but maybe they just think, hey, it was the Granger, causing the issues. So maybe if we just ban out the Granger, it might work. But there's still a lot of options into the goal lane. And one second, one second, one second. Freya's still open and nobody has picked it. That's crazy.
Look, the thing about Freya is the fact that she's got a lot of sustain when she uses the ultimate. The ultimate's got a pretty low cooldown. She's got, a shield from in the form of a first skill and a lot of damage and a lot of dashes with the second skill. She's got the upper hand in most fights in the gold lane, but well, with Carry on the gold lane, I believe that Carry has the upper hand because of range, a slow spell, and also a dash to just, walk away from the Freya. Overall, I believe Carry is a better pick than Freya, but I could be wrong in most cases because good Freya players could just wipe the floor with Carry. We've got two marksman or gold laners getting banned off. We've got Harriet and Granger from the side of Team Astral X Reaper. Just because of the previous game's, performance and Elusivity Esports, they go for the Kalea ban to make sure the backline is safe and also the Lunox to keep their front lines healthy. Not bad.
Okay, so far so good. And what the hell? Even the Killia was open, and I mean EVT didn't pick it up because they wanted a Zushin. And but to be fair, they had it on the second phase, so not sure. I mean, Arlott could have also been picked later on. I'm gonna be honest. These picks are kind of honestly like confusing me a little bit. A lot of questionable decisions here, and even more questionable. Why is there a Kaja? Are they trying to like just capitalize on the Zushin? Like they want because y- you don't want a divine judgment, Fredrin, bro. No way. And I don't think Arlott is one either because he's pretty tanky. So the only target right now is obviously most likely going to be the gold laner. And if that is a fighter too, it's not possible. Wait, Sora is open on two, right? Yeah, Sora is open too. So they can just go for the Sora gold lane as well. So only the Zushin can be their primary target. So which is pretty funny. I don't understand. You shouldn't fix it that much. I think that would be kind of, not that beneficial. I think they should have went in for even a Gatotkacha would have been really great at making sure they get taunting. And yep, here comes the Freya. No surprises. But
Alcott roll?
I think they just were, oh, you're gonna go with the Kaja, we're gonna be going with the Halkar, I guess.
So we've got a cockroach and a bird in the same, room together. I think that's actually a very bad, recipe for disaster, quote unquote. I believed it would have been a better idea to get the Exborg on their side because obviously, you want to cook the chicken and then the chicken you can eat it with your friends. But that's about it, man. I don't think I see the potential with the Helkert. I think the carry might actually be in trouble, but other than that, you've got a Helkert to actually, invade the enemy buff. That's about it. It's a cockroach. What do you expect from the team?
Halkar is most likely just gonna, go into a Petrify, just annoy the Oh my god, the Valir. This feels so brawl coded at this point. It feels like it's a combination of heroes that you'd get in a brawl matchup. I'm gonna be honest. Helkut, Valir, Kaja, lot of unseen faces. But I'm not gonna complain because I am also kind of tired seeing all the meta heroes all the time. So Few new recipes getting cooked here. I appreciate that. Good job, Astralex Reaper, and thank you, EVT, for sticking to it as well.
My mind is so full of dark humor right now. So we've got, I shouldn't be the one saying this, but we've got Carrie, because obviously we know, you guys would know what I'm talking about. We've got Valier, Mr. Fireboy. He's gonna cook the chicken and then feed it to Carrie because Carrie likes chicken fried.
I
Should
already, I
I should
immediately
go.
knew when, I
I should go.
immediately, I immediately knew where the conversation was going the moment you talked about the fried chicken. And you know what?
I'm
You
sorry, man. This is absolutely comical. We've got a Valir in the land of Dawn after so long. The guys are actually trying to win with style, I'll be honest. At least Valir is something you can style on the enemies with if you win. EVT, however, we've got Crisis cutting the lane, trying to actually push into the blue buff, make sure he actually gets the advantage over there. Top lane's got Helkert, he's got to jump on the enemy. Petrify locked in, Arla doing a lot of damage, does not get the connect, but Helkert sacrifices himself to get the kill on the first blood top side. And I think that was a good decision from his part, but look at that. Crisis actually tried to invade, but he did not get the blue buff at all. Carry doing a lot of damage because, Crisis really just wanted that gold crab. He got the gold crab, but he took a lot of damage. I don't think that's a good trade, but hey, to each their own. Oh, the jump on the Freya. He's got kill. Okay, I don't think that's gonna be a kill. Oh, Crisis might actually just be. Oh, yo, look at that light wheel. Oh my god.
one stack. He was one stack away from death, but he's gonna be fine. But damn, they really don't want Babu to farm up in any cost. They're literally stopping it there. But at the same time, the Leomor is also coming towards this bush, so I think
What
they'll
is-
be able to catch someone. Do they want to catch the
What
chicken?
is-
Yes, they do.
What is happening in the top lane? Dude, the three people standing in that bush waiting to catch somebody. And I think, Valir is not going to be moving there, obviously, anytime soon. Oh, the push from the Valir, dude. Cockroach is getting roasted today.
We don't want that. That would
Definitely
smell
not.
really awful.
That
But
would
yeah.
taste really awful.
Why would you- But yeah, anyways, with this, the turtle's gonna be showing up, and we're gonna be getting, of course, the horsey trying to take it with the dragon. There's a lot of animals in this game, but again, the birdie gets caught, and I think this time he'll get
Try to
taken
fly
down.
away.
No.
Oh, the horse, Barbiero, is trying to make sure. Oh, he's Barbie, dude. He doesn't want to get hurt. Oh, but the dash from the Arlot, he connects. He gets Corey Cute. He gets the kill on Babu. Not a very, very good sight there because obviously the first turtle of the match has just spawned in. Tornado is low on HP. Babu is nowhere to be seen. And look
Hey,
at that.
yo.
They found Tornado. And in a tornado, they were actually. I was talking. Oh, but look at that Crisis on the bot side. Off camera, got the kill on the enemy marksman. And that's absolutely existence to poo. Not too OP. Just too poo.
Okay. Yeah, 41 score right now, and in a goal advantage of 2,000 interside of EVT Esports, and looks like this is going to be a smooth sail from there already because they're really, the Hellcat is just really helping them capitalize on the assassinations and just go for the pickoffs, and it's been really easy so far. But let's see, Dragon on the top lane.
Well, Babu is engaged. I don't think he's trying to engage because that's a bad decision on their part if they do engage, but they're committing to the fight. But they've got one. Tornado was able to get a kill on the enemy. Oh, look at that. Fredrin's also going to be taken down. That was an absolutely surprising turn of events. I didn't actually. Obviously, it's a Hellcurt. He can't really do much. Never mind.
But yeah, still so far, it's still quite into favor of EVT for a simple reason. They're ahead in the goal lead, and so far, the the goal laner is still with 0 deaths, while Carry is still, obviously Carry already got taken down once, and that is not looking good for them. Right now, the Zushin's already putting in the pressure. I guess going for the Kaja is good because he has a dash, and he can get out of the zone of the Zushin's Lantern Flare. So I guess that's a good thing about this roam option.
Oh, they're all ganking together and waiting for that enemy Freya to actually try to cut the lane, but apparently no. Crisis has another idea. There comes the Thanos Slash to clear out all the minions. That's the final day the minions will see the light, because obviously Hellkurt's decided to use his claws to put his, put darkness into the enemy's face. Look at that. Babu is absolutely terrified because he can't see nothing, and he will be taken down, but not before he takes down Rudius. In the process, Crisis taking a lot of damage. Again, nothing new.
through because obviously Crisis has been taking damage since day one of this match for obvious reasons. And I think right now Arla might be in trouble. Corey Cutie trying to get in. Fredrin gets that taunt in. The Brazer's Wrath. Oh, but the tower takes down Corey Cutie. I think that was kind of, required because he was a little too comfortable trying to actually poke the enemy inside his tower.
Hmm.
Crisis taking a
Okay.
lot of damage, re-engages back, does not have the ultimate, he doesn't have the duration of the ultimate. Sky, on the other hand, getting that turtle is going to be really important. I think Rudius can't really do much in a turtle fight, but he might actually just be helpful in a gank.
Yeah, and I think the Volley is kind of helping right now against a Fredrin. I mean, of course, because this used to be the solid counter when Fredrin first released, right? A lot of people picked the Volley just to disrupt him. I mean, to be fair, he's a tank disruptor, but oh, I think Leomo's gonna be in trouble. Silence gets hit.
Another fight, we've got Zushin. Shenzhou taking the credit for that kill, my friend Ray. How do you feel after seeing that one?
Feeling pretty good, mate, but hey, I'm not gonna be biased that much because, of course, people might be feeling bad about it. But hey, score is 6-6, but EVT is still ahead because of Zushin. There we go.
Another one at the top side, Corey Cutie getting that kill. Babu and bot side, we've got another fight. Existence 2 OP, taking a lot of damage, but doing a lot of damage in the process. But Hellcurt flying in out of nowhere. Bro's got the wings of a cockroach, making sure that he actually gets the kill on carry. But look at that, Divine Judgment. No, I don't think so. It's not going to be used just yet, because obviously nobody really wants to engage. They're just poking out, testing the waters, making sure that there's actually some possibility of getting a kill here and there. But I believe it's made. Oh, but look at that. Leomore gets the horse, but he's going to be pulled into the air with the horse, and that's going to be bye-bye for his blue buff.
And with this, it looks like, oh, they're still going in, and they want the birdie this time. The Kaja will most likely fall down here, but no, Freya is actually
Damn! They've got two people in the air. They've got the dragon, they've got the bird, but the Appraiser's Wrath connects, doing a lot of damage, and that's going to be an amazing setup by Frederick. Holy! The bird's going to be flying even higher now because Zushin's pulling him up into the air even more. But that fight, dude, absolutely crazy. There is no way you can top that kind of fight, dude. Frederick baits everyone and then just absolutely goes ham on them with his team. And I don't think, anybody's going to be dying soon. So Ray, take it away.
So far, I think the side of Astralex Reaper is trying to trying to catch up a little bit to the side of course, Elusivity Esports, but at the same time, so far they've only succeeded on giving Valir a few kills, but other than that, rest of their teammates are still struggling to scale up, and Valir is not exactly the one that can carry the game later on. So I think they will basically have to let the carry farm up, but look on the other side, carry just gets taken down easily on a 1 versus 1 by, of course, the Arlot. They are focusing too much on kind of like protecting the Valir when they should be focusing on the carry who's at 0-4.
I mean, hey man, what you expect from a Valir is to be suicidal. This guy is supposed to be like, burn! And then try to destroy everyone, but surprisingly, Valir is playing more safer than anybody on this team. He's got a score of 3-1-2, and look at that, Hellcurt, Radius trying to sneak away. He's got himself out of vision and make sure he goes back in, trying to get a little bit more vision. He's just like a ward at this point. A ward that does damage, but look at that, the damage is actually kind of amazing.
Yeah. And right now, Carry just got the golden staff. Oh, Rudius uses the ultimate, but doesn't really commit to it. Lord is up though, so I think they can just go for the Lord and finish this match pretty soon because, I mean, their marksman is not able to scale up at all. So they're pretty much in a good spot. On the other side, look at that, Carry dishing out a little bit of damage to the Freya, but the shields, man, the shields soaking everything up. So they can just go for the Lord right now and just finish the game. And 13-7 score, around 7,000 goal advantage, almost a 9,000 that'll be climbing up right now. And I think once it touches the 10,000 mark, we're back again with basically what happened with the game number 1. A pure dominance is showed from the side of AVT Esports. And again, it's kind of funny, but Wolfie is the only one that is actually able to do something.
agree, man, but look at that. Kurt doing so much for his team, dude. Surprisingly, Rudius is able to actually push the top lane, force Dragon, and also, Leomord to go to the top side. I don't know why Leomord went there, questionable decisions, but again, Rudius making sure the pressure is there on the top side allowed his team to take the turtle, no, the Lord, but look at that, we've got the ultimate from the Zushin, but that ultimate is going to be absolutely wasted because the Dragon is immune to CC when he's in the air. He's not going to be stopped by anybody, not a girl with butterflies that actually pull enemies into the air. That's not going to be working for the side of Team Elusive Esports, but however, Astral X Reaper really can't defend against this Lord, if at all it connects onto the base. Well, because they have to defend that and the top side will be in trouble, and I think they know that. So it's going to be a lot of bad decisions there, but look at that. Fredrin taunting, and he's going to taunt again. He's going to sidestep that. Oh, okay. Knockup is going to be sidestepped, and he keeps taunting him. Appraiser's Wrath to his base. Julius will be able to get the kill on Babu again. Babu is absolutely being tormented at this point. 3-6-3, and now they're going to lose the tier 3s. Carry! No way! Zushin pulls Carry out of safety and then destroys her with his team. Now it's going to be three lanes being knocked on the door at the top side. Will it be falling or not?
Yeah, I think, okay, Fredrin still decides to go in, but of course, it's the birdie that gets pulled away and gets taken down. But Rudius actually falls this time.
Oh, dude, the Appraiser's Wrath never fails to actually surprise me. Dude, that's absolutely crazy how Corey Cutie is in the enemy's base and still being alive. But look at that, Sky is going to get the kill onto, Corey Cutie. I don't know, got a lot of kills. 3 people down from the side team, Elusive Esports, Fredrin alive, Appraiser's Wrath connects, and Freya is going to come in with a Valkyrie's Descent, doing a lot of damage, getting down to Valir, and now it's going to be Carrie's or Yuzong's turn, but it's going to be Kaja coming out of nowhere. He's got the Divine Judgment. No, he doesn't have the Divine Judgment, but it's still not going to be, a safe time for, Freya. He's going to be taken down either way. I don't know what he was trying to do. Fredrin was low, he had to go, and Freya still stayed because... I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I just wanted to rhyme it. But it sounded rhymey, dude. Oh, but look at that Divine Judgment on Fredrin, and a lot of damage with Existence 2 OP. They're gonna wipe him out of the face of the earth.
It's... What was it again? The...
Crisis is good. But I think that decision there I kind of don't vibe with. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you one thing. Do you stuff like that with Argus that Freya did?
Oh yeah, definitely. I go to the enemy's I go to the enemy's fountain, I get a few kills and come back, dude. Or I sometimes die. But hey, at least I got a kill.
But yeah, with this, I think they're going to be able to get the Lord 18-12 score and the goal advantage of 5,000. Astral X Reaper actually finally having the carry scale up. We're able to do something, but right now they're getting caught in a pickle. Kaja retreats.
Good grief, dude. I think Hellkurt is kind of like a very scary thing, especially in the right hands. Rudy is absolutely demolishing the enemy's lineup with his disruptions, his blinding. I think what they did in the previous game when they actually used Zacian to get the vision on the enemies, this time they're actually trying to use Hellkurt to delay the vision on the enemy side. That's kind of like smart overall. And Fredrin stacking up all of his passive shards, I believe that's actually a good idea. He can actually just jump into a fight.
Yep, and with this Lord right now, I think it's getting melted down pretty fast, but Dragon is also losing a lot of HP. Here comes Rudius.
And that's going to be engaged. We've got the Valkyrie's Descent. We've got Yuzong getting taken down. Babu out of the picture. Rudy is also going to be taken down by Kaja. And that's a lot of damage from Existence 2 OP. He's going to melt down the Fredrin. And I don't think that's going to be a kill, though. But it's going to be Freya back into the fight. But Divine Judgment pulls him back into the enemy's Nexus, taking him out of the picture. Dude, absolutely crazy how that teamfight just erupted into an absolute loss for the side of Team Elusive Esports. But Freya, I think this time Freya is understandable. You could have actually taken down maybe 1 or 2 people. But it didn't work out that way. So, Crisis, you should really relax.
So far, I think Astral X Reaper right now finally got the momentum. obviously the carry, despite losing so much in the early phases, it's where she shines the most. And this is where I think Lucid Esports is but in a pickle, because carry's not gonna get immediately one-shotted by the Arlot either. The Vali's gonna be most likely able to escape with either the Flicker or the defensive item. I think the Winter Truncheon or the Immortality should be built up pretty fast, and he already has the anti-heal as well. Let's take a look into the itemizations while we wait for the Lord to be coming in a minute. And the Kaja only now gets the fleeting time. And from now on, he will be able to pull in more. Look at that. They go in.
Oh, Appraiser's Wrath with the Winter Crown, and look at that, a lot of damage on the carry's face. But again, Yuzong in the air, Sky in the ground, he's got a horse to actually do a lot of damage, but Valkyrie is also descending onto the ground, but he will be taken down even 6 feet under. But look, we've got Appraiser's Wrath missing, Yuzong still surviving with all of that shot residue in the air, man, and Valir throwing all the fireballs. I think that was a lot of spells being thrown off randomly. What do I say? It was just too random.
Yep. I just say it's random. But yeah.
The fight split into two different directions, man. Freya going onto the enemy's backline, trying to get Sky and everyone else. Yuzong fighting his own battle. Everyone's fighting their own battles, and I think this is actually a poetic example of how that actually looks in the game. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah. The Lord's up right now, and it's gonna obviously go uncontested to the favor of Elusive Esports. But I do think they kind of cannot exactly come for this Lord, because they have to manage the waves. And going in for a 4 versus 5 might be too fatal. And only 2 members are coming in. There should be more. Let's see. Are they going to be coming in? Will they commit? Not too sure.
But look
I
at
think they won't.
Helkurt's position. Helkurt's position, dude. He's positioning himself right behind the enemy's backline, trying to do something, and they know it. They've got to jump on the enemy's carry. The Winter of Nature is going to be taken out. Shenzu, though, he will be able to get the kill on carry. That's absolutely beautiful. That was much required. Valkyrie's descent in the air, coming down, making sure that the enemy's backline, Valir's push was absolutely immune by, the sidestep. Ultra instinct moment. They've got 4 people out. This guy can't really do much against the Lord that's marching into his base. Oh, the Corey Cutie, dude. What was that? A good position, but it didn't really lead to much. I think it's okay. It's going to be a wipe for the side of the team. Astral X Reaper, they're not going to be able to defend this. And that's 2-0 to the side of Team Elusivity Esports. Absolutely crazy. I love the way that Helker actually positioned himself right behind the enemies. Made sure that he actually caught the carry, forced the Wind of Nature, and then Shenzu, for some reason, was able to get the kill because obviously he's immune to physical damage, not magic damage.
Makes sense, right?
Bro's got the IQ, man. Holy.
Absolutely. And I think it was pretty kind of predictable, honestly, with how the match was going. Again, Astralex Reaper were kind of, making a little bit of clapback when the moment the carry was starting to slowly farm up. And obviously, the Valir was helping them get the chain CCs up, obviously, because it's a Valir. And it works fantastically well against the Fredrin itself. So, the Freya too, because after the Freya uses the dash, she's also not exactly the most CC immune, right? She can dash, but she does get stunned.
Right.
So the stun is going to affect her. So they were basically affecting 2 of the... I think Arlot doesn't get that much affected for the simple reason he can dash multiple times before you can stack up on him. So other than that, I think it did shine a little bit of hope, but Elusive Esports again realized, oh, we made a mistake, but it's okay. We just got to make sure we avoid that. And they were immediately able to climb back up from the losses, and they basically took the game number 2 as well. Kind of very similar in both of the games. And I think Wolfie's efforts were really, really visible throughout the match. But let's see. We're going to be getting the match highlights of what happened. This was obviously the first blood. Pretty comical. Babu almost survived. Pretty clutch. But of course, Helkert took him down at the cost of his own life too.
Dude, Helkert, man, this whole game, he was such a nuisance. I loved watching it. But again, the side team, Astral X Reaper, they had Wolfie on their side. That one thing that I actually want to mention, I want to see that one thing, but hey, we'll be waiting for that while Crisis actually gets the kill here. And also Crisis in the bot lane. Why is Crisis always shown? Dude, this guy played good in the Granger. He got MVP now again with a red, maybe, possible. But again, Fredrin absolutely beautifully baiting the enemies out, but this time it did not work for their favor.
Yeah.
Astral X Reaper got the win in that fight.
Yeah. They They were honestly, I mean, giving away to Zushin was already pretty like questionable decision. Then they also did not pick up the Freya for themselves,
All
considering
the time.
she's considering one of the strongest meta picks right now for the gold lane. I mean, she gets banned. That basically just tells you, and so does the Zushin. So kind of questionable why they stick with the same bans and did not ban out these heroes. They obviously tried to counter out the Fredrin and it worked
This
really
bit,
well. But look at this beautiful, insane engage from Korikuri, immediately just annihilating the whole side of Team Astralex Reaper in one go.
yeah, I completely agree with you. And this fight absolutely just turned.
Oh, look at this. This is what I was talking. No, no, this is not it. Corey Cutie takes the L this one, but it's okay because that guy did a lot for his team already. But in the end of the day, Carey was able to defend against the onslaught of what Elusivity Esports were bringing to the table. This one fight too, we've got Tornado taking down Rudius, but Carey coming up on top. Existence to OP. I think I understand the reason for the IGN, but Elusivity is a little too good now, isn't they? Aren't they? But look at that, Freya getting taken down. And this team fight, I think the side of Team Astral X Reaper got the advantage overall. They were able to take down the Freya. This is what I was talking about. They split up into different things. Carrie was farming the minions. Freya was fighting. Look at that. Yuzong is trying to stay alive. Brosing is staying alive as his ringtone. And I'm really just waiting for that one. Oh, it's not going to be shown, really? Okay, well, it is what it is, man. But there was this one moment during the end fight where Freya and Valir were playing against each other in the Nexus area, and let's just say that the Ultra Instinct that Freya just showed there, he was able to dodge that Valir's knockback. I was absolutely amazing to watch. But Zushin getting the MVP, I totally understand it. He was the one who was able to take down Carrie in the end, obviously with Rudius' help, but that one thing sealed the fate of the game because if Carrie escaped from that team fight and Rudius did not, Rudius actually ended up dying there without any support, I think that would have actually been the spelling end for the side of team, Elusivity Esports, because they would have lost a lot of members. But because of Zushin, obviously they won that team fight and it was absolutely glorious.
No surprises there, obviously. Glorious Zushin. But I kind of like the fact that there's a lot of sixes. Look at that. Damage dealt 16%, kill participation 63%, assist 6. That's 3 sixes. But yeah, pretty amazing gameplay coming in from Illusory Esports as expected of them. And honestly, I think this was honestly a little bit predictable. And I think, but to be fair, Astralex Reaper, you are playing against the top 4 of the best Indian teams that has to offer. So it's all good. You guys really performed well. And I think Wolfie obviously played the best out of you. And I hope that continues the trend. I hope your goal laner can obviously improve. He's not bad, but I think the fixation on carry is not going to work. You got to increase your hero pool a little bit. Maybe the Ixia is his main. That's why they're continuously banning it out. You got to expand your hero pool. And I wish you guys the best. And obviously, best teams are made from points like these, and you made it to top 16, so good for you. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the third best of this series after a short little break, and make sure you stay tuned on Zutsu.
Hello, hello. After a long break, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Indian Championship Series, hosted by Jutsu Gaming and our lovely tech partner, Team AOC Gaming as well. With that, let's start up a third BO3. Without further ado, let's go. I'm your Casa PC once again. I'm joined by Debbie. Hello, Debbie. How are you doing?
I'm feeling very good to be back into the casting deck again, PT, alongside you. It's very interesting now.
Oh,
And we have, right, it's like now we're going to be going for the another best of three series. And it's going to be very exciting here because we have some new teams that will be playing together. Here, let me introduce the teams for now because we're going to be directly heading into the drafting phase. It's going to be Muniaka Club, who will be going against the Seto Esports. And yep, like we already mentioned, best of three series. And Muniaka Club, they have the first pick here. So let's see how they are able to use this to their potential because the Grok is already banned and Seto Esports they took away the Kalea.
understandable. Now, again, a best of three series. So far, all the series have been going in a clean sweep, while the top teams have been taking the other teams on a clean victory. So that is definitely a good gameplay that we were seeing so far. So that is the reason why we had such a big break. So this game, very was curious to know what will happen again. This is not an elimination round, so the teams will be placed in the upper and the lower bracket. The winning team upper, of course, and the losing at the lower. So far, the bands really look the usual bands that you really want to look forward for. But what about something like a Kalea for Shadow Esports? Why not go for the respect bands?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a signature to be banned onto the red side here because most of the time the red even every team that goes into the red side usually ban out the Zushin. Very understandable. The
Yeah.
Kalea comes a bit situational, right? Like you said, respect bans come true. Sometimes the Kalea usually goes into the blue side ban because it can really be countered out by some heroes that's easy to get for themselves too, like the Gatos. So now I think Muniaka Club they know this so very well because I feel like I really really like the way that they ban away the Yuzhong and the Sora because Yuzhong for default here onto the side of Seto Esports his comfort is the Yuzhong. He usually want to play the Yuzhong and have a good win rate onto that hero as well, and I think that is going to be a big respect you want to give into this person, and I think this is also the reason why they ban away the Yuzhong here, so they will be able to have a good winning rate onto the XP side. So very understandable. But Shadow is worse. What can they ban here? Hanzo? Hanzo?
Oh, oh, okay. Looks like they have done their homework as well. I'm not quite sure if Monyaka Club had played Hanzo in the previous matches. I think they might have done because ain't no way you're
Mhm.
just banning out of the air. That could have been the Lela rather than the Hanzo. Lela is more
Yeah.
accessible than a Hanzo.
Exactly. Talking about the marksman, Layla, I think if we talk about marksmen into the current meta, it's gonna be the Claw, right? But the thing about Muniaka Club is that they already picked out the Claw, right? They are still leaving open the Freya. Seto Esports, they can play the Freya into the hands of Wink, but Wing is like, he's very versatile, I would say, but he's more of a damage dealer onto the gold lane side rather than the fighters. But I'm pretty sure they'll be able to adjust to that if he's able to play out the Freya here because it can looked really, really good here. Also, a winning lane against the cloud too. But that kind of opens up a lot of choices. What can they go for in the first phase here? The Eve and the Hilda. I mean, the Hilda very understandable, but the Eve against the Cloud PT, that is very risky, no?
Definitely risky. You know that Claude has the
Yeah.
mobility to move towards the back lanes, but at the same time, they have picked something. I feel like Shadow Esports are leaning more towards the assassin, trying to take them down quite easily. Even if it's like they are trying to gank. The Hilda really gives it off that an assassin might be there, and it also gives that Munyaka club cannot pick an assassin, and if they do, or even something like a fighter who's very squishy, they are gonna
Mhm.
be meeting at the gangs. There's gonna be flanks coming in, be it minute number 1, be it minute number 10 from Hilda. It's gonna be there, and it also says that we might be getting grasslands as this map.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh wait, wow. This is a direct pick
Okay.
onto the counter for the Eve. I like the fact that they pick out the Elise very early on, but the thing about the Elise is that it is usually a second phase draft, right? You want to pick it out to the second phase so that it will not be easily countered. But the fact that they are very confident of how they want to play their XP lane is very understandable here. And now the combination is coming true, right? They want to have a main damage onto the gold lane side, which means they want to pick out the utility onto the jungle, and that utility has to be the Fredrin. And then this Fredrin is played against the Eve here. So that kind of become a little bit tricky. So he has to be very mindful of where the positioning is gonna be. And Shadow Esports, they are directly going for the Yi Shin here, and now it looks so good for them. The Fredrin might eventually have a bad game this time around, but you know, the Elise pick can come true if they have a good workout onto the synergy here.
That's true. That's true. Now there's just like one mission for Munyaka Club: keep the Hilda away. If
Yeah.
they keep the Hilda away, they let Fredrin farm and not, not his farm getting stolen away from him. It's gonna look very good for him. He's gonna have the tankiness. He's gonna have the damage. Let's not
Mhm.
underestimate Appraiser's wrath as well. It is truly,
Yeah.
truly strong during the team fights. Especially two members are in front of you. You're just slapping them away, they are gone back to the base. That could be happening. We might be able to see those kind of moments, but back again towards the panning phase is going in very quickly.
Mhm. I think the Kadita ban is mainly a met respect. I think the Kadita is such a good hero against the Yi Shenxin and the Eve altogether. So they kind of for Muniaka Club they need a burst, right? For the mid lane
Yes.
side because they already have a utility onto the jungle. So they need a burst here, and I think Seto East will understand this very well. It will be better if they go for the second ban onto the Farsa again. But talking about Freya before, it was kind of surprising to see that Seto Esports did not pick up the Freya, and now it's gonna be banned away. So now the Freya and the Lapu Lapu already gone. Limited choices onto the XP side for the side of Seto Esports here. The Esmeralda is still available, but against the Elise, I don't think you're gonna be fighting out with the Esmeralda too. They're gonna be dying anytime soon. But the thing about the Elise is that in lane, the Tamus wins. But for Shadow Esports, they need a crowd control, so I don't think they will go for the Tamus. But hey, there we go. It's gonna be the first sub ban.
Debbie, I have a very crazy hero that is not yet been banned or picked, and Shadow Esports can capitalize that hero. I just have a feeling they might or might not, but as of now with the CC, I don't think they will. I want it to be a Kaja. I wanted to
Gaza.
see, yes, because it's very easy to catch a Claude, and if there's Alice in front of you, and if they're able to burst her down, it's gonna be quite easy with the Divine's Judgment. So I think that gonna be a thing, but Hilda gonna be on the roam, so no Kaza for us today.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes some players, they usually play the Hilda into the XP side. I think
Yes.
one example has to be Corey onto the elusivity. He did play, so it was a big possibility. But here, I think there are gonna be a lack of crowd control against the Claude here. So they actually need someone that can cancel out the ultimate, right? The blazing duet, and I haven't seen anyone here just yet. But we'll see how they'll be able to perform. But Muniaka Club, uh,
Ooh.
Varia, and Khalid, I don't mind against the Hilda. It can catch up to the rotation. But the
Mhm.
Novaria, they need a burst into the mid side. The Lunox could work. Now they're going to be lacking out the burst. Oh, wait, the Lunox couldn't work here because they're going to be losing out. But it can work into the team fights, right? Ugh. Now they're going to be lacking out on the magic damage here.
A bit, yes, that could be a problem. But let's see how they will be trying to tackle
Mm.
it. We are just so close to closing down the drop. One more hero left to pick. Shadow Esports, what are they gonna look? Oh,
Oh,
and crazy enough, they are matching the energy with the marksman versus marksman. They are respecting that.
you know, PT, most of the time when you see this kind of scenario, you would see a Harris, right? Wink on the Harriets could have been working, but I think they just want to
Correct.
go for a little bit of a comfort, right? Yeah. No, I think it should be the Granger is more of a comfort rather than matching to the team composition here, because if it was a Harriets, they already have good amount of physical damage already just from the Yi Xin and the CC altogether, and the Hilda too. I think they are just trying to overcook just a little bit with the physical damages. They are going to be solely dependent on the Yi for the magic damage dealing potential, and I think it can work out into the later part of the game. The combination can come through also, but the problem still rises, right? They don't have that much of a control, no CC at all.
Oh, I think they are just like much more on a head-on team that just wants to take absolute damage, trying to give that
Mhm.
damage. So I think that's the case right here, and trying to rely a bit on Eve's hitbox as well. That immobilization is gonna help them, but it depends how Eve is well protected. Right here at this moment, we are going into the Lantern. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this is the first match between Munyaka Club versus Shadow Esports, while Shadow Esports tried to go quite aggressively, and as I could say the same for Munyaka Club as well.
Yeah, they are just being so aggressive just because. Oh, wait, there was a close call onto the snipe here. That was careful. Ace Degenerates trying to have a good head start with the steal onto the blue bear, but he wasn't able to. But boring Adamuna, I think he have a good jungle passing here. Not much out of the ordinary. He'll be able to clear faster than the Fred in here, so that he'll be able to have a greater time the mid lane though. I think they're trying to give out a lot of pressure so that if they are able to clear it out faster than the opponent's side, Shadow Esports, they can have a good rotation because they have a Hilda here. And the Hilda at this point of a time cannot go for the invade because it is a utility into the jungle. All he can do is try to give out the vision, and that's exactly what he's supposed to do. And the thing about the cloud is that these cards should be the prey for Moon here again and again, and that's gonna be the game plan for the side of Seto Esports.
True. So let's see how they will be trying to, get on the game plan and try to execute it quite aggressively, or is it going to be quite passively? As of now, Munyaka Club all over the map, they're just like making sure that they are ever ready for the turtle. 15 seconds left. Oh, that
Oh,
was the first blood. Tito will be taken down. The tank down, that means it's an easy green light for the YSS to take the turtle.
and the first kill is already into the hands of Boring and Damura here. That's the jungle for the side of Seto Esports. So, like you mentioned, the turtle is definitely gonna be free for the taking for their side here. Moon have to turn the people away, but level 4 already for Ramar, so he might eventually try to go in. Look at that.
CC though, a bit of a
Okay.
trouble, will be taken down now onto the second node. Moon as well, losing HP one by one, trying to go in for Tito once again. I think that's a bit of a hammer, and this is the immobilization I
Oh,
was talking about. Who is Peter trying to get that last hit? Now that is definitely a good thing, but the turtle now looking quite low, and it will be Senor who picks it away. Ram will be having to sacrifice just for his team to get the turtle. And what a game. Munyaka Club definitely won this total, but it was Shadow Esports with the kills.
yeah, they got the kill, so they are actually equalizing onto the turtle take that they had lost so far. But I think there was a bit of an overkill for the side of Muniaka Club here. They couldn't have went in again. They should just focus onto the turtle and try to not lose anyone there, because that is the biggest objective that you can find onto the early stage of the game, and that's eventually trying to give you the lead here. But now the turtle lead is actually gone. It's Shadow Esports who have the better lead onto the goal here. It can be catched up, but the fact that the Hilda is really moving says a different story here. With Tito, the Khalid being taken down so very early on, he's gonna be less tankier than Moon onto the Hilda, which he already is. So I don't think he will be able to catch up to the rotation that the Hilda will be providing. So it's gonna be Munyaka Club's mental. They have to be so decisive on the way they are rotating around the map because they have good and enough frontline now.
True, that's true. On the other hand, look at them trying to go in for another one, and that will be the Khalid falling down once again. He's taking in too much damage as of now, and the other members are really loving that gold for them.
that I feel like it could have been better if Seto Esports, I mean for Moon, if he wasn't taken down by Senor onto this Fredrin, because that is a jungle and you don't want the jungle to get the kills because it's going to be having a good XP lead and you do not really want that. But the fact that they are still able to get up to all those combinations coming through from the side of Munyaka Club is definitely going to be amazing here. The turtle is what they're going to be setting up for Moon. Even with the lack of crowd control here, they are just going for the pick off. Flicker already wasted by who is Peter.
Okay, that was definitely a spur of a moment coming up for them. Just very quickly out of the way because one, the turtle is coming. Both the teams are really, really in for that because
Oh.
Shadow Esports did lose it up, but okay, Moon will be taken down. There comes the blazing duet as well. So much damage going to who is Peter, but Senor picks up a double. Is he going to go in for triple though, given the fact that it is Boring Admura looking quite low?
He's quite low, but then again, they are still able to have out. Oh wow! Boring at Damura, that's a good kill. The snipe coming through from Ace will not be connecting onto him, but they will be losing out onto the turtle here. So that's gonna be the equalizer now. But Senor, I think he wanna go for the invade, but that's gonna be stopped by the side of Munia here now. Muniaka Club are trying to look so much better here at this point because of the turtle tick that they have right there. And first will already secured by the side of Scizor onto the Claude here. He already got the Demon Hunter sword that is definitely going to be necessary for this Claude right now when he wants to go for the team fight. But it's definitely not really going to be enough yet because he need at least 5 more minutes to go for the Trinity Bowl. And when he does have that, that's going to be the start of the fight that can come through for the Ammonia Club here. Before prior to all of this, I think they are fine to not take any team fights.
Let's see, Novaria though, that vision is really, really helping them a lot. It is much needed, especially since they have a roamer who's not exactly a tank, who's not exactly, a 10k HP person. But okay, looks like we are getting a pause from either of the teams. Not sure which team, but both the teams are really looking good given the fact that Munyaka Club are ahead in the gold with just a few hundreds and they are trying to widen it quickly.
You know, the fact that Moniaka Club are able to reach out all to those losses that they had suffered into the early game and equalizing onto the kills and the goal is definitely commendable here because it actually looked like Sedo Esports were gonna snowball because of the fact that they were able to take out the kills even though they lose out the turtle. They have the goal lead and then they are able to find trades across the board here and there, a kill onto Tito most of the time also, and that kind of create a lot of space for them. But that one team fight that happened before the turtle eventually became in favor for the side of Muniaka Club, and this stopped the snowball from rolling away, especially into the hands of Boring Adamura, because that guy onto the Yi Sun cannot get the farm. He should not be getting all of those farms and all of those skills and get away with it. That's the problem. And now Muniaka Club, they stopped that, and now they look like they are very, very healthy, especially onto the goal lane side. Scizor had a good farm, and you know when you catch up to the grandeur when you are a Glot into the lane, that is actually the best case scenario for a Glot, and you will be able to dish out the damage that's required for your team.
That's true, that's true. So let's see what we will be having. A bit of a pause. So ladies and gentlemen, you guys can go bring up your snacks just quickly
Mhm.
and try for, giving us who's gonna win. I would love to see. So far, it's just 5 minutes into the game, and
Yeah.
it's just the early game. So the odds are just shifting left to right, right to left. So let's see what we have. Bottom lane, there might be a good amount of okay. Ram AS looks like the AR will be trying to block CC's exit path as well. That is such a good. But Tito though he goes back, very back, tries to take so much correct damage would be going down into the hands of Peter. And but at the same time, Moon though he's there trying to block the exit path for the other members as well. But Munyaka Club are quite tanky enough they themselves that they could actually spot him out all alone.
You know, the fact that they were trying to go all in onto default, that is the CC, is definitely not going to be the best case scenario because the fact that they are lacking at the domestic damage is going to be hurting them right now. The Novaria does have a lot of damage, but mid lane is going to be taken away by the side of Sedo Esports. But look at that though.
Oh, Wings though in a very safe position, still dealing damage, but that's not the case for Moon as well, flickering out of the way. He is safe. A bit of a damage now. Boring Admura does know that they have to quickly take this if they want to take that advantage. This is the vision that is really looking good from the Navaria. This is the retribution battle that we were all waiting for. And Senor picks it away. Triple turret for its hands and a mega kill. Okay, looks like Navaria is not over, trying to shoot Eve from a very far distance, but Claude was looking quite low. Would be going down into the hands of Moon, but oh, wait a minute, it's not over. unstoppable, picked up by Senor. He is just going on, and we don't like a farmed up Fredrin.
Yeah, the form of Fredrin does not really die, and there's no threat that can come to from the side of Seto Esports that can eventually take him down. The Eve is definitely going to be the one here, but look at these engage though coming through from the Elias here. The Throne of Rune landing perfectly on the members that is needed. Ramar, he's doing really good onto those setups that he's been trying to provide since the very start of the game, and that is going to be the decider of who's going to be having the goal lead. And now they are equalizing. Seto Esports still able to get out to the farm that they have been losing out, which is very commendable. Again, the game is going 50-50 at this point because the mid lane is also gone. Both they are trying to go for it. The top lane is taken down by Caesar here. He's already gonna be having a good farm. 2-1-4 is the score. Very very good for the Cloud here again. But for Wink, he must have had the Sky Piercer already level 10, so he's with him without stacked until the very 8-minute mark of the game is definitely not looking good for the Granger. So the kills he need to get is secure onto the kills, and now mid lane.
Oh, look at that. They just want to spice it up. Mundo not looking
Oh,
quite well right there with the HP will be falling down. The front lane is dead while Munyaka Club, the tankiness is just speaking for themselves. This is just too much for Shadow Esports to take as of now.
There's actually too much now, and the fact that they're still trying to go and get for Moon and able to find him and take him down is also the very best case scenario here, because he is the one who's trying to break out their combination, and now that he's not tanky enough to sustain all of this, it's definitely looking good for the side of Muniaka Club here. The endless battle already secured by the Yishun here. Boring and Damura will be dishing out a lot of 2 damage here too, but he cannot really have the spacing. Look at that.
Oh, okay, Senor looking quite low though this time around, but at the same time, it is the Khalil who goes out for Wink. So much damage, he has to get out of the way, but that would be the Claude who does so much damage at the back lines. This is 1-for-2 trade, trying to make it
Oh.
4-3-4-5. That's a double kill for Senor. He's trying to go for more. There's a chase going on. That would be the Alice, but they know they have put one comrade already on the Lord.
I would love to say that this is where the problem of the Eve pick against the Clots come true now. There is a dive in made by Scizor here and able to get a kill onto Peter as well, and now this is gonna be a reveal onto Astral Echo. Look at that, that's a lot of damage with one snipe already being done by Muniaka Club here. They are already getting the Lord, and then they will be able to secure onto the outer inhibitor here, an outer turret here that's been left alone onto the bottom lane. They will be able to get onto the mid lane too if they plan their rotations right. But look at the taunt though; they're just trying to give out a waste out onto those resources, but they are holding on to their self. And now, when the Lord is coming in, Ramar, he can go in any time with the flicker and come back when he wants to. But this Lord, I think it's not going to be that much of a big impact, but they will be able to have that goal lead they also required.
They are trying to widen the gap, which is really, really looking good. Lane clear wise, Team Shadow Esports really got it, given the fact that, Wiles is asked to get out. There you go, a bit of a damage going on into the hands of Senor as well. Wink in a very safe position, but not the same for the Alice as of now, who falls down. But for the trade, Moon will be taken down. The Lord will be managed, but there is folks coming, flying down the sky left and right. It's just not stopping. And with that, the Lord goes into the dash.
They are able to withstand out onto the inhibitor here, but the fact that they did break out onto those Holy Blessing is definitely going to be the biggest factor for the side of Muniaka Club here. Now only the inhibitors are left for Seto Esports. One is very unhealthy too, and they shouldn't have gone for the fights here. Look at the stun though.
Oh, Tito, this time it will be Wink. He's picking up the Sky PSS stacks. That is definitely also another player. If you give a lot of stacks, gonna do absolute damage, and you don't want to see that. So let's see how they are trying to capitalize. Okay, so far almost all the tier 3s are down. Team Shadow Esports wants to go in towards the bottom lane. There's CC in a bit of a trouble. There you go. Claude jumps in. Claude looking quite close. That would be boring. And Murao takes it down. The default will be taken down. That will be Scenario for you. Still into the battlefield of that hitbox. still dealing damage. Alice, on the other hand, Peter will be taking that kill. Wink will be falling down. That is the target made right. There you go. He's still trying to do that, but the Fraser Rat being missed out on the
No.
YSS. That is a bummer. But okay, they are not over. Tito, though, without his teammates, I'm not quite sure. Novaya still on a round.
The fact that it was a missed onto the appraiser's rest is definitely going to be hurting for the side of Muniaka Club here. But Seto Esports, I don't think anyone would be dying with the appraiser's rest though, because they were also tanky. But the thing about the Fredrin is that he's still not dead. 10-0-2 is the score, and he's not going to be dying anytime soon here. Boring and Damura, of course, he was able to get a kill onto Scizor here, which was definitely going to be needed here. But the thing is, their frontliner is very healthy. The Tito may have died all the time, but the Fredrin is already so fat, he have all the items that he's required, and if he is able to stand onto the front line, the backlines can be free hitting all the time then when they need it here. Wing though unable to stack up, but Tito, he's got to be careful.
Oh, look at that. Once again, that would be Tito falling down at a very wrong time, given the fact that it is the Lord who just spawned up as of now. Now, there's going to be a bit of vision from the Novaria as we are expecting, but the Retribution battle, this is what they have to, make sure that Senor is out of the way. But okay, look at them. They have trying to deal quite a lot of damage. There you go. Looks like it will be CC is looking quite low under the back lane. Scizor trying to make a move, but he will be taken out. Senor looking quite close there with the wing with his damage. Now he's trying to evade as well, but Novaria has to go back. That's the Lord. They're looking quite low, but yep, they did get it. The Moon, on the other hand, still trying to mark down Wink, though. Will he be able to get Novaria or Novaria out of the way? Yep, Novaria is out of the way, but not. I cannot say the same for Tito. That bullet was on his head.
It was such a big blunder coming through from the side of Muniaka Club. They could have completely avoided that, but the fact that still Scizor went onto default onto that CC who have a vengeance is just trying to be killing himself with that, and that kind of backfired onto them. Now the law is in favor for the side of Zutsu Esports. Now they have the goalie, they have a stacks onto Wink with the Sky Piercer as well, and this is definitely going to be better for the side of Zutsu Esports. Now look at the SRL recall though.
Oh, they're trying to deal damage. Same goes for the Wink as well. He's trying to poke them back as quickly as possible. Inhibitors are falling down. Shadow Esports are capitalizing the Lord as quickly as possible. Their mobilization is keeping them away from the hitbox. There you go. Tito jumps in with the Raging Sastro, but catches nothing but the minions. At least the minions is out of the way. But Wink, though, he has to reposition himself. Shadow Esports find another opening. That would be the mid lane and the bottom lane as well. All the turrets are down, and the members are trying to go in. There you go! On the back lane! Still trying to deal damage. Scizor will be taken out. Wink looking quite low. It's still managing to be there. 2 members are down. 3 members are still trying to fight it out. Alice as well flickering out of the way. It would be Senor as well. But what about the mid lane and the bottom lane? That is just popping down. The top lane as well. Look at them. Members are playing it safe for Shadow Esports, given the fact that they are looking quite low. But Senor catches 2. There is immortality. CC trying to capture the base as much as possible. Good Moon. There is a chase on him. It will be the ace who picks it up. But that's it. They cannot end the base.
They cannot target onto the base, but there was a good clearance going through from the side of Muniaka Club here. Look at this. It looks so good for the side of Shadow Esports here, because they were able to tank out the damage. It's coming through from Scizor. Wing was staying alive. He got the stack. He got double kill onto Tito as well, and he got the shutdown. That was definitely going to be the recall timing for the side of Muniaka Club here. They are able to defend onto their base, and now the minions are setting for them. Looking at the build so far, almost a full build into the hands of who is Pita, as well as the Novaria, as well as Ace Degenerate. He's got the damages done. He have the penetration, he have the damage item that is deemed necessary here. Onto the other side, the BOD already built up by the side of boarding Adamura too, and he's gonna be hurting quite a lot. But the fact that we can see the full builds onto both of the marksmen already means that the game is late already, and these 2 marksmen are gonna be the winning factor. And one thing about Seto Esports is that they have two marksmen to the side and then Eve together. So this will be their chances to try to get a win out. But Mundo, he is in a very, very weak position, and I think his targets should be Ace Degenerates, either that or Scizor.
Let's see. I do would love to see on which stack this Granger is sitting as of now. Look at him. He picked up a winter crown, which is much needed. He's been taking quite a bit short from the Novaria, so that is there. But let's see. The Lord is once more here. This is where all the action lies. The members are waiting it out. I really love the position of Hilda trying to open up the map as quickly as possible for them. But okay, Novaria is definitely getting, targeted right there. But okay, look at that. Moon as well as the CC goes in. They take down Novaria. That will be Peter who picks up the kill. Tito jumps in towards Peter. He does get the kill, but he's trying to get away along with Scizor, who's looking quite low. CC down, Scizor down. The members one by one falling down. But okay, the Princess Red will be wasted out once more. And YS is still dealing damage. That just leads to Taggy members waiting it out. Wink, they are going in. They're all in. They just want to make sure that these members are dead and not alive. But what about the minions? Are they able to clear it out very quickly, or are they able to grade it out? Oh, wait a minute. Mundo
Oh,
takes
okay.
up the Appraiser's Wrath. That's not much. Wink, he's looking quite low. The minions are coming in. Senor trying to take it down as quickly as possible. He did manage to get it because Aram AR is definitely distracting them. Wink in a very safe position, and this is the moment where they should be taking the Lord, but they're waiting for Munyaka Club to spawn up back again. What is happening with Shadow Esports?
Yeah, they should be very questionable here. They should have taken the law and be freely able to take out onto this onto the base, especially now the Evolve Lord is going to be spawning here. It's definitely going to be looking good for the side of Shadow Esports, better, much better than for the side of Muniaka Club here, because they are the one who is without any inhibitors left. The base is completely naked, and if they let go of this also, it's possible that this will be an end for the side of Shadow Esports, and now they'll be free for the taking. And looking at the position of Moon so far, he's not going to be, we'll never be able to know that he's out there, and that kind of make a little bit, for Munya to have a little bit of a hard time. Look at that though. Senor is taken down very low.
Oh yes, Mundo on the other hand trying to distract them as much as possible. He will
Oh,
be taking that dead because they need this a lot. Shadow Esports did manage to take it away. Now the immortality falls down off the Alice, who is trying to go back and recharge up. The same goes for the Wink as well. Now they need to have to recharge back up because the Lord marching in quite fast enough. The minions are gonna come in. But
wait.
why is this no? That's 1v1. Well won by boring Admura. Look at him. He's trying to go in for more. I'm pretty sure he's gonna get his HP back right here. But will this Khalid allow him or not? Look at that. There are chopping. There's a bit of a stun coming in from the YSS.
Ugh.
Looking one shot away. Will be taking down the Lord already in the Nexus. The crystal is open. The crystal being taken down. What is happening? On to the other hand, there is a hitbox already opened up by Peter, making sure these members will not be near the minions. What a game. Shadow Esports wins it up.
Shadow Esports, that was a close call. The game, it looked very, very, very good for the side of Muniaka Club to win it out into the game, but one throw is all it takes. This is why it's very crucial that you don't give the stacks to Grander or go
Yes.
into the later phases of the game when they have two marks. Of course, I think one big factor has to be where Caesar was focusing on the ones that he shouldn't be focusing on, or maybe it was more of defaults, not fault but good, good targeting that he was always he was always on to Caesar most of the time, and the vengeance always comes in handy with against a full build card, and that kind of stops out the winning condition for the side of Muniaka Club, and they were always trying to go for the fights. The damages are in. If Caesar dies, you should go back because even though the tank that's coming through from the Fredden is definitely going to be enough, he's out there, but he's not the main damage dealer. He cannot do anything. He can sustain for a long time, of course, but without the presence of the damage dealers, it's definitely going to be harder for him to go in, and that kind of created such a big blunder for the side of Muniaka Club.
Let's see the match highlights right here. This would be the first turtle. Well, Senor wins all the turtle in this matches. Now, then another interesting fact that only one lord, like it just took one lord for Shadow Esports to just to win up the whole match. So that is also one of the crazy things. Cesar, though, look at him. He had potential, he had damage, but the only thing lacking was he was targeting the wrong person.
Hmm. This is why targeting is definitely going to be important here for any team. And now it looked really, really good for the Salcedo Esports here. But the fact that Muniaka Cup were able to win out onto the earlier part of the game kind of says a lot about their macro style and the micro style. And I hope that Salcedo Esports are able to respond to all of those because the game was taking longer than necessary. Of course, we could see that Salcedo Esports wanted to drag out the game as long as possible, but against the clock, it kind of became a little bit too greedy for their side. So if Caesar had a better position, it could have been uh, a done deal for the Salmonica Club, and Seto Esports could have never had that kind of comeback. But I think their draft worked in favor for their side. They did have a damage into the hands of Wink already, and whatever engages were happening from the Salmonica Club, I did not think they were throwing also because it's more like them out sustaining every time because the Fredrin already had a lot of tankiness.
That's true. And on top of that, he was along with the Alice in every single team. But look at that. They are like a twin brothers who's always together, trying to make sure to
Yeah.
mark down the jungler. And this is where I think Munyaka Club also started
Yeah.
falling off. Like when Scizor was down, it was just all over one by one. And there you go. It was Shadow Esports who won the Lord.
They are so good in punishing out the mistakes that Muniaka Club have been making along the way. And the fact that Caesar here, I think the dive was amazing, of course, but then Wink already had a good positioning there, and you have only one BMI and only one flicker to go in, and the fact that he's just taking out the bullets from Wink on his face was definitely hurting them quite a lot, and he got taken down. But looking at the MVP so far, it's definitely gonna be onto the hands of Boring Tamura. He's been very consistent onto the farm as well. He got a lot of damage, also 24% damage, and he has been all around the place as well. The team fight has been occurring too, and to the later part of the game, he already had a lot of items into his hands, and he was able to get a kill or two most of the time when he pulled up onto the ultimate here again and again. 9 to 3, 13 is a score, and definitely good for a jungle here.
Definitely, like look at that. The stats really speaks for itself while he picked up those kind of items which were just much more needed for them. So that really gave them the win. Despite early in the mid game being very difficult for them, they were trying to, corner them out, but they were trying to adapt how Moyaka Club was playing. And during the mid to the
Mm,
late game, we have seen how Moon was adapting. The Moon was trying to be around Novaria much because Novaria was giving them a
yeah.
lot of problem because Wink was quite low enough. Every single time when you see his vision is out, the same goes for the YSS as well. But this time, Shadow Esports are on the blue side. So there is like a 1% chance that Zushin might be open.
Jushin, if it is opened, I think Peter will be so ready to pick it up too. And I don't
Yes.
think it will be open though. Yeah, there we go. It's definitely gonna be a red ban. These
Oh,
heroes haven't been picked up because it's always been into the banning phase. I think India is always scared of a Jushin, and it's always been banned away no matter what the tournament is gonna be. But hey, look at the
true.
ban so far. The Freya taken away, the Hilda as well. Grok also gone. The Kalea is left open. And I think Wuniaka Cup, I have an idea for them. They should ban away the Yishin Shin.
No, they do need to respect that. They definitely do have to ban it up. Like the last match was absolutely insane. They did not go in trying to disrupt his farm, but yet they were able to make sure that YS is not getting farm because he is, is like a hero. Like he's a jungler that you need to be way ahead of your jungler. In this game, it was a very different
Mm.
scenario where he was not, and yet he shined with an MVP. So that was definitely very good. But once again, Hanzo, and I think that is a respect ban coming in for Monyaka Club. So that's looking quite good.
Hanzo is a target ban, and we talked about the
Yes.
Kalaya, the Yuzong, Seto Esports, and letting go of the Yuzong is definitely not going to be a scenario, and I think they ban it away. That is why it's important that you have a signature hero, and when you have a signature hero, you are opening up a lot of metas to be opened out. And when we talked about the meta, the Kalaya comes true, and one of the most used hero for Moon as well. That is the Galea, and I think he's definitely going to be comfortable on that. So, what is going to be the response for the side of Muniaka Club? Claude still for Sizor, and they should Guinevere so early on against the Kalea. I'm not sure if they are capping or not, but should be a Guinevere jungle, right?
Highly possible. I am not quite sure if that's going to be an EXP. If it does, that's going to be quite a weak EXP. We would be looking from Munyaka Club again, not a tiered hero we have seen in this meta. So I do believe that it is a jungle. But to match that, why have they taken the jungle pick quite early on? That is definitely a
Hmm.
question I would love to see.
Because
Why?
why exactly? And I feel like there's a lot of jungle choices, right? The Guinevere is a hero that usually come onto the last minute pick when everything is
Yes.
banned, right?
Or if you're
And then
Raren.
yeah, if you're unless you're Raren or Van, right? That's more
Yes.
of Oh man, look at the combination from Shadow Esports. Ah, it's shocking to see. That is definitely it's gonna be the Kimi rather than the Lunox, which is good against the Claude too, and a good combination with the Kalia as well. Hmm. Okay, now it's definitely very interesting because the Pika Heroes together with the Urina is definitely going to be a best pair up. But then the Kimi, I have been it's very questionable because the Kimi doesn't really do well against the Claude too. But let's see how they will be able to close it out onto the draft because that's not going to be the end. Muniaka Club though, they need to pick up the hero fast here. What can they do here? Do they want the Esmeralda here or is it too risky?
It's sort of, I think they can go in for that, but at the same time, the amount of
Uh,
crowd control,
what?
oh, that is a first. That is definitely a first. No pick
Hmm.
rate, no ban rate.
No bad.
I love, I love how they are surprising us today. Is it a saber roam?
No, it should be a saber. It has to be a saber jungle Guinevere roam, please. Because I don't know, a saber without those penetration, can he one shot people? That's the thing. And the fact that the mage that they have for the side of Shadow Esports can bring the Purify too. Hmm. This is actually a surprising factor for me, but we have to see how their do or die situation they pick up the hero that is not really up to the popularity table. But let's see, because they did win out the Sora, but from the side of Munia, they don't really want to take out the risk here because they have the Kimi already, right? So the Sora can actually
Yes.
go into the goal lane again. But understandable for Shadow Esports, they banned away the Farsa. The Farsa is very, very good ban here against the Uranus, against the Kimi too, and he can also bring the Purify against the Kalea, so that is a risk that they don't want to take. So Munia though, what can they ban here again? Joy. Interesting.
That is also
Joy.
another ban, and I wasn't expecting. Like, I
Me
wanted
too.
to see something like a tank being there.
Yeah,
There's like
yeah.
plethora of tanks still open for them,
Mm.
but Tito picking up the saber is still very questionable for me. So let's see if that's gonna be the roam or not. But at the same
Mm.
note, let's see Shadow Esports. What are they going to do? There's like no way he's gonna one shot. Even if he does, he has to get past to Kalea or be it Uranus during the team fight just to try to go towards the back lines. What are they plotting for against Shadow Esports?
Man, I don't even have any idea anymore. But the Elise ban coming through from the side of Shadow Esports definitely called for here because the Elise cannot really die. And I think Ramar did a really good job with the Elise into the first game also. Okay, that's going to be a CC against the Uranus that we talked about. And now this time around, it's gonna be Ramon to the CC here. Still, we don't know if the Saber is gonna be the jungle or the Guinevere. So still a good flex, I would say, but not really a necessary flex. So the eastwards, they need their jungle now. Leomord is still open, but against the Guinevere, do you wanna go for it or wait? It's gonna be boring Adamura, right? He does play the Harley too, man.
Harley could fit in right well though. Rather than the Leo mod, I would feel like could work out very well, or just try to match their energy and pick up an Alu card. That would
Oh,
also work
true,
if
true. It will. Never mind.
that's
Okay.
not the
Look at it
case.
tanky, but look at Lucas is more tanky, no?
Yep, he is. But the recent, a bit of buffs and nerfs that he was just receiving, I feel like it's still a bit of a experimental on our
Mm.
meta at least. We have not seen quite a lot of Lucas getting picked up.
Yeah,
It's been just put as like a last option. It's like, let's just see. Let's just see. At least I will be having at least one kill, right? If I just turn into the beast mode.
that's what that's what they are waiting for here. The Esmeralda, though, I did not expect the Esmeralda to go into the goal lane. So this is gonna be the decider for Muniaka Club, where who is going where. But they need other mates here, so the Lunox is what they wanna go for. Huh, no big of a crowd control that can come through, but it's definitely good against this tankiness coming through from the side of Shadow Esports. But against the Kalea, can you have the time to go for the chaos? You always need to go for the brilliance or even the purify too. So that is gonna be the game sweat that's gonna be waiting for, especially into the hands of Ace here. So let's see how Muniaka Club will be able to bring out here because PT, the only target for the Saber is the Kimi. It's Peter on the Kimi, and he's gonna be
Yes.
bringing the Purify.
Like the saber has to play like on a 160 IQ, like a 300
Mm.
IQ, that he has to already be there on the enemy's
Yeah.
bushes. Wait,
Uh-huh,
wait,
uh-huh.
wait until Kimmy jumps in that bush. I don't think there's any way for the saber, like right in front of you. You have to go past Lucas, you have to go past Uranus, you have to go past the Esmeralda as well. That is definitely a lot of it.
Uh,
That ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn. Here we go. Let's see what this match awaits us. That is, up to these players how they will be trying to capitalize each and every fight that's gonna happen. With that, let's start.
Let's start here. Already into the mid lane. A lot of pressures coming through from the side of Peter as well as Moon onto the Kalea here. And here we go. We have an answers to all our questions here. Saber. Oh,
Oh,
no, no.
quite sad. I mean,
Sadly,
you're
no.
giving Lucas the first blood.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna farm up. That's gonna be the case that we were looking with Senor the last game.
Yeah, and now I think he has been consistently dying onto a tanky hero like the Khalid too, and now I want to see how he performs onto a much squeezier hero like the Saber. They have to be very dependent on how Senor is able to perform onto the Guinevere, but the one thing about a Guinevere is also that he is not that tanky into the early stages of the game. He's gonna be needing two items where he become that tanky and have the spellware with the concentrated too. Only then he's gonna be useful here. So early game, Munyaka Club, they cannot really go out. They have to play it really, really safe. And I would like to say that they should let go of this turtle too.
That's true. I might be looking at a vision from Tito. I think that's the
Mhm.
different trade that they are looking forward for. But okay, wait a minute. Look at that moon. We'll be trying to get that spatial glacier, but it is just there for them to make sure that Munyaka Club will be using up all their resources. Beast mode from Naruto. One blast away, Tito is out in the safe. And it's gonna be a green light turtle.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. They should let go of the turtle here because there's no way Munyaka Cup can enter onto this turtle pit too because boarding Adamura alone can chase them away with the beast from here mid lane.
So there's gonna be a bit of a kill. That's definitely coming in. Moon will be taken down. Senor onto the other
Oh,
hand. Peter will be targeting. Can go for another, but a bit safe though. Cannot dive in. The slows is really, really a lot. There's not a much of an ultimate left into the hands of Peter as well. So that was a bummer.
yeah, there was a bummer here, and I think it's definitely going to be more important, more useful, more advantages for the Cyrus Esports because they take out the jungle in trade for their Roma, who made a bit of a blunder right there for Moon, and I think they can really go away and trade up for all of those, because it's definitely not necessary for them to just go in and make any kind of blunder here. They can play it slow. But Tito here rotating together with Ace onto the top lane side, but I'm pretty sure Wink is very, very ready to try to stop them from from ganking onto his lane too. And I don't think, even if they go all in onto the Esmeralda, I don't think they have enough of a crowd control that can stop him. But Senor though, he's onto the top lane, but Wink, he have the Purify.
I mean, they need to make sure the slot is all farmed up. Last game,
Mm.
it was the
Yep.
Claude who was trying to give as much as damage possible, but this game he's getting cornered by. Look at that, four members! First Azor, he pops in the blazing duet trying to survive, but no, he will be taken down. That was with Peter.
Oh,
He's also looking quite
oh,
low, but that would be Tito. And Tito will be punished for that as well. 2-for-1 trade, well done into the hands of Shadow Esports.
Zutsu Esports, they did a really, really good job in trying to set up for the top lane here, even though they lose out onto the Peter, but mid lane.
Oh my god, that damage is really, really coming up so good from the side of the Munyaka club. That is, even though Purify was put down, still Wink was taken down. But on to the other hand, it's another green light for the Lucas to take down the turtle. Will we be seeing slamming tsunamis coming in, or is it going to be a triple sweep? Because Tito, though, he's quite aggressive.
He is very aggressive, man. I think he doesn't really have the required amount of damages that kind of may stop him, may give him a lot of advantages here. So I think he's gonna be needing a little bit of a farm here. And oh my goodness, Peter taking down Tito, taking down Ezra. But there's gonna be another stack onto the Kimi too. Again and again, I think they'll be able to try to set up for that onto the bottom lane here, though. That might be a 2v1 situation.
Oh, maybe. I feel like Wink will be taken down. Yep, Wink is down. This is going to be a very open turret for them, but at the same time, Uran is a bit slow. I don't think that will be just enough for him, but against a Lunox, I don't think he can fare anything. But Lunox with a low mana, that could be an issue. So they can actually go in for a bit of damage right here, but Lunox already up with a flicker. That is definitely a panic flicker.
A panic flicker. I think he's just trying to get out of that. But onto the top lane, though, Adamura will be able to take out another kill of his own alone, by the way. And Sijor not really having the best time of his life, because he's forced out to go to use out the Purify again. And with the Purify, you cannot really survive all of the crowd controls coming through from the Lucas here. And the mid lane is what they want to focus on again. Look at that.
Oh, mid lane, Tito will be taken down. I don't think he can do anything, but at the same time, Senior also trying to do something. Lunox jumps in. That will be the moon falling down. Wink in a very safe position. He knows he's been taken quite far too many times as of now, so playing it safe is the only way to make sure you survive along with your farm. Mid lane in Separati onto the hands of Team Bunyaka Club. What are they going to do? They do have a bit of a tankiness, talking about Shadow Esports, but is it enough? Because Scizor, I mean, if he pulls up with his build, like the main core 3 items that he needs, what are they going to do? Okay, a bit of initiation already coming up. Okay, triple swift coming in for the Uranus, almost taken down. That was a shutdown for the Lunox, who goes down along with Tito. They're not stopping. Senor, though, he jumps in, but he has to go out.
They have to go out, man. The turtle is already taken down. But look at that, Kalea.
Oh, Kalea doesn't want Senor to be out. Only in. There you go. Another kill and a turtle as well.
A turtle again. Everything is into the lead for the side of Zutsu Esports here. And now they're gonna be having at least 2k goalie into their side here, onto the fact that there is not much of a tankiness yet coming through from the side of Zutsu Esports, especially into the hands of Wing too. But hey, that's gonna be a taunt, a knockout coming through from the side of Munyaka Club here. Back to the point though. It's just gonna be the glowing one built away by the Lunox here, and I think it's definitely not gonna be enough. He's gonna be needing another Holy Crystal as well. But just one item onto the Heptasis is what Munyaka Club is on. Tito, I don't think he really have that much of a damage that he can one-shot anyone on with. And the fact that everyone from the side of Zutsu Esports have a Purify or something that can help him survive is definitely not going to be in favor for him here. No front lineup for the side of Munyaka Club, and they might hard a lot. Look at that.
Oh, let's see what will happen. Shadow Esports on a match point as of now. There's Timmy looking quite low. Will be taken out. First, Senor next on the line. Tito though already out of the way because he knows his triple sweep is over. That means he cannot do anything much. This is the problem for Munyaka Club. Once they initiate, they have nothing left trying to initiate more. But Tuzor though taking
Oh,
too much damage for three people. That is just enough for him to go back to the base. But it's just not over because there is CC who's looking quite low in a very safe position, still trying to deal damage under the turret, and they are still just waiting and tanking every single bit of it.
and whenever they are attacking, they are always going to get a kill and walk out alive because that is the advantage of having a goal lead onto your hands. And now we can see that Monaco Club, they are so much into the back foot here because they are late game composition. But then, oh wait, look at that.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Lucas jumps in on his beast form, trying to mark down Generator, but that was a bit of a fail attempt. But it's still on the hunt. They are not waiting. Now, they also know Munyaka Club. They cannot go in for a bit of a divide and conquer rule. So it's just best it's to stick with the team. Now, the stakes are high, given the fact that the Lord is going to be quite important. But wait a minute, there you go. Members are jumping one by one. Wink looking quite low is out of the way, safe enough. But they have used quite a lot of resources. So what are they going to do? Okay, brilliant from Lunos in a very safe position. He's letting
Oh,
it out, but Peter will be taken down. That is just another death on death. That in every single team fight that's just happening. What about the jungler? There's a retribution into the hands of Adamura. So what is he going to do?
it's gonna be very deceitful of them to try to go anywhere near the Lord here. They can stop them from taking the Lord, but they themselves cannot burst out onto the Lord here for the Santa Monica Club. They don't really know of the information here. But now the retreat's gonna be up here. Look at that mid lane.
Oh, they go in one by one. They were waiting for the Lucas to get the retribution. Senor will be the first one to fall down. They know they want the Lord, so they have to take down Senor.
Ah,
It's just members one by down. CC all left alone. And oh my god, Peter though, he's on a triple kill. He's just not stopping. This time around, he was not the first one to fall down.
yep, and he's definitely going to be staying up to the last part, and he's definitely going to be successful in wiping away the members of the Sara Muniaka Club here. The chains, the clearance onto the minions is going to be happening onto the base itself because there are so many tanky members coming through from the side of Seto Esports here. They have the Lord now. They'll be able to take on to the top and the bottom in the turrets though, the outer turrets, and they might eventually have a good take onto the at least one inhibitor here. But the fact that there's still the Holy Blessing still available for their side is gonna be saving Maniaca Club just for a little while, but when the Lord comes in, I think it's definitely gonna be the end right there. But hey, they can still wait it out, try to defend it because they have a claw. Look at that!
Oh, they're trying to make sure that the Claw is out of the way as well, but are they successful in that? No. But it's just they are waiting up for the Lord. They need the Lord. They want to make sure that they take down the inhibitors. And with the inhibitors, they target the crystal. What are they going to do? Peter this time has to play very safe because he's the one with the highest farm as of now. So let's see. Let's see. Jumping in, the Lord goes in. There's a bit of damage. Okay, Tsunami Slam from Moon. There you go. Senor with the first one to fall down. The members are still waiting. Lucas jumps in with his beast form one by one. It's legendary for him. But you know, it's a triple kill for Peter. Will he be able to make the maniac though? He's looking
Oh.
quite low. The CC is not allowing him. Okay, Tsunami Slam coming in. Just a bit of a time left, and it's a god-like for Peter. There you go. What a match. It's another clean sweep. Today, we were just seeing all the matches in a clean sweep.
A clean sweep again for Seto Esports. This is definitely going to be amazing for their side too. And now we can see that this is definitely going to be in favor for their side. Winnipeg Cup with the cheese picks that they have and the out of ordinary hero picks that they have is definitely not working out well for them. But again and again, Seto Esports, they did a really amazing job in the way they were layering onto their skill sets, onto their damages here. And Peter, I think he gets up to the way that Muniaka Cup were trying to focus only onto him, and then he bring it up. He knows that the focus was all onto him, and he stepped up with the positions that he was in. He did not get caught, and when he wasn't caught, the team fight became much more better for the side of Seto Esports here, and they ended the game in that well-mannered fashion.
That is definitely a well game. I think Munyaka Club really tried to put a lot of damage on Scissor. He just making sure that the marksman would be doing a bit of a lot of damage along with the Lunox, but it did not work out for them. Saber was definitely an experimental pick. They also knew it was not an elimination round. I'm pretty sure if this was an elimination round, we wouldn't have seen a Saber coming in.
Me neither. I wouldn't want another Saber here. I mean, you can go into the goal. I mean, not goal. Sorry, not goal, not goal. Jungle. Maybe the jungle, and then a very tanky hero into the room. Only then I will be agreeing. But with the tankiness coming through already with the side of Muniaka Club, can you really do it? That's the problem here. Since the very start of the game, they were losing out already into the mid side. The clearance is much better coming through from the Kimi in comparison to the Lunox. And together here, this is the set that we can see right here, giving first blood to a Lucas. Definitely not the best case scenario to enter the top lane too. We can see the Claude losing into the lane with the Esmeralda, and they just dive in full onto him. Default was already there because he was able to clear out the lane faster than imagined, and that made it so much easier for Shadow Esports to rotate out onto the goal and have a good lead while they are at it.
That's true. And even Shadow Esports really knew that they had to target Scizor. They had to make sure that the Claude is not getting any farm. In every single instances, if we seen at the top lane, he was either getting his farm getting paused, either he's not getting out of his lane. That was the case scenario that we were looking forward. And on top of that, Munyaka Club really had the potential to actually almost one shot a Uranus, look at that. It's just moments ago we have seen that, but Lunox though, no mercy shown right here.
Yeah, he's always engaged upon, and whenever he does not really, whenever there's a call from Zero Esports that the Luna does not really have the brilliance or even the flicker or anything matter, he is always gonna be the prime target, and that kind of stops out a lot of reason for the side of Muniaka Club here, and their game plan did not go well anymore because now they were planning to make out the Lunox fed and the Cloud fed, and both cannot happen because up to the very late part of the game already, the Lucas, Boring and Damura have everything handed upon onto him, and that made it so much harder for Muniaka Club to come back, even though they have scaling heroes onto their side.
The last moment I really have to give it to Peter. It was a maniac, but I think the time constraint was just not enough. But this time
Mm.
around, it
What?
would be the MVP going into the hands of default, not the jungler.
I think the fact that he was taking 45% damage, that's half, more than half of the team's maximum damage taken. Which means that he was there all the time. He has been the sandbag, and even without kills, he's the one who actually gave out the vision and did not let anything happen. And you know the Kalea playstyle, right? It's like you kind of need the one to open up the map, and you will be the one who stays into the bushes and try to go for the pickups here. And I think they really pulled that off because of the Uranus here. And I think Default really deserved this. He did not die. He was everywhere, and that made it so much easier for the side of Seto Esports to go for the engage, especially for Moon onto the Kalea.
That's true. They really opened up the map very well. One by one, the members were getting targeted. But another match in the clean sweep, and yeah, still we have one more match to go. So let's take a short break, and we'll be right back with another best of three. I am curious to see if it goes in a best of three or not.
Wait, we're still here?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again to the Indian Championship Series powered by Jutsu Gaming. Our tech partner, none other than AOC, and there is a huge prize pool of 1 lakh rupees in this tournament. So far, in this double elimination, you can say around 16, in which 8 Mythic Leaderboard teams versus 8 underdogs from the open qualifiers is going on, and this is the last game. That means the winner will be the last one to get into that upper bracket, and the loser will be the last one to get into that lower bracket. So who it will be? Till now, the Mythic Leaderboard teams have dominated all the way in this double elimination starting. But what about the underdogs? Are they performing or not? Let's see what will be happening, because this is Team CRQ Crux Requiem versus Team Yama Esports, the new lineup, the fresh lineup of Yama Esports. I have to say that Ogs are taking up Yama Esports lineup. We first saw that the older Yama Esports lineup just got acquired by none other than Jutsu Esports. So now,
Mhm.
will this new Yama Esports new lineup will again reconcile something in this Moba scenario? Let's see what will be happening. It's your boy Astizi once again coming back in this day number 2. The starting was by me, so the ending, of course, will be done by me as
Mhm.
well in today, as well as there will be Devi, my favorite co-caster, will be with me. And after a long time, we are back into the scene. So happy New Year, Devi. This is our first casting in this new year. So happy
Okay,
New Year.
I'll accept that. It's already February, but yeah, we'll accept that. But back to the point, let's see. Because it was a you already said what is happening here because Yama is gonna be in the new lineup, and now it's gonna be very interesting because Rickham also have a new lineup that they are gonna be bringing here in Jitsu itself. So the bans are gonna be set in. Of course, Yahiko is gonna be into the jungle, and when you speak about Yahiko, the Fanny always has to be banned, and Yama Esports they understand this really really well. Fanny, Hilda, and Yuzhong ban. Sarah, Freya, and Jushin already gone. The Kalea is open, but both of the teams they don't care about the Kalea because they want the growth for themselves. And I think Yama really, really did their job here. They know that CRQ will not pick up the Grok onto the hands of Array. He will be the one more comfortable onto the Gatot, and it's understandable. Now they pick it away, but now we can see that it's gonna be the Yi Shunshin that they pick. But as one thing for sure, Yi Shunshin is definitely gonna be a flex. Yahiko and Gonigon, they can both play this hero, and this is why it's very acceptable to say that this can be a flex and they can completely bring out a new jungle, a new hero into the jungle.
Yeah, same set, same things happening at this moment, because today when I started the game of Jutsu Esports versus that was something monkey. I forget the monkey. The team name was something monkey, and now we are back in this game, and silly monkey, yeah, silly monkey. I just remember that name, silly monkey. They also chose that thing Leo mode against the Ishanshin. Even though we know the Ishanshin is not right now in the double S tier, but still he is in the S tier, and he just have that fast jungling clearing ability. So if Crux Rukim is going to have an aggressive kind of lineup, they might gonna suppress this Leo mode to get farm up very easily. But I'm not sure about the new lineup of Yama Esports yet. This is my first match casting for them. Shodu for the Crux Requiem, the Nepal import. I just heard about it in the newsroom and everywhere that the Nepal import happened, and Crux Requiem got the best jungler of Nepal, best roamer of Nepal. So how it goes, I'm not sure. But as you mentioned one name to me that he's the part of team Crux Requiem, I really want to see him how he gonna cook this game, because it is after all the Faden, the 17-year lad.
Faden, let's when we talk about Faden, it's definitely gonna be the Eve that he's definitely comfortable on, and they are already picking it up for the Eve itself. And I kind of like the Eve pick against the Kimi most of the time because it does have a better range. But the Kimi is a continuous damage dealer kind of hero. The mid game is definitely gonna be important, and I like the setup that has been made by the side of Yama now because they have a Leo together with a Kimi, so the Leo mode can have an extra protection or extra AoE that can come through together with the Grok here, and then the Kimi can come through as the secondary damage dealer from the behind, and he can be the one that can drag the game into the later part and try to win it out here. And now let's see the bans though coming through from the side. Curse Requiem. They take away the Uranus, that is a lot of good opener here. I don't know, maybe the Uranus can become a greater problem to the later part of the game if they don't fix it well. So I think it's very understandable. It's more of them banning the Uranus because they want the Yi Xunshin to have a better chance in bursting out the XP laner here because Yama they are yet to pick out the XP laner, so it's very understandable here. And the fact that they can go for the fighter into the gold lane also just because of the pick of the Kimi makes it a little bit harder for Crookswick to see whether they are gonna have to ban out the marksman or not. So they decided to go for the safer route. It's gonna be the Elise and the Uranus that has to be banned away, and I think it's very understandable. So Yama now they have to ban away a hero, right? But we already talked about the Yi Xunshin being a flex. So what can they go for? Another XP ban for 27? It has to be, right? It can be a jungle. No, it cannot be. They have to ban out the. Okay, there we go. That's gonna be the phobias that they banned away. Now it's understandable that they have to ban away this hero in particular because I feel like they want to go for a little bit of a winning lane onto the XP lane side so that they'll be able to win out to the early stages of the game here. Because especially for a Leo mode right now, we talked about the Leo mode, how much of an important it is for him to get the early game, to get the snowball. Same case scenario for the side of the Yi Xunshin, but then the Leo mode needs it much more than the Yi Xunshin. So you want to have a winning XP lane side here. So Crookswick though, they picked away the glue. They don't usually play with the glue, so I'm pretty sure they want the glue just so that they'll be able to annoy the Leo mod here.
That's so good. I mean, I was expecting an Esmeralda here so that there will be some sustain or maybe an Uranus, but the glue pick is actually out of the course. And like having the glue there, you can actually disrupt the back line. So do the front. You can channel the front line as well. So both the things, if you're getting in a same hero, so why not a glue to be there? But at the same time, they got the Kimi and the Leo mode, both of them into their lineup. So now they might not gonna go for those glue counters which we are expecting. But what about a Lapu Lapu? Like we all know, Lapu Lapu is a great counter of glue. Doesn't work onto him the grab. So when he goes for the bravest fighter, so I mean a perfect Lapu Lapu EXP might be a greater aspect. But no, they're going with Esmeralda. Okay,
Oh,
okay,
still. This is what
yeah.
this is what the Kimi provides, right? It provides a lot of versatility into the gold lane side, and now they can bring out the Esmeralda, which means that the Faden here will not be having the best time of his life casting out onto the RWM because it's gonna be always having the seal here. And the fact that they are able to pick out these together in one place means that they don't want the Lapu Lapu to get countered out by the Esmeralda too, and that's exactly what they are doing here. And now it's gonna be the decider as for Crixrequiem, who is gonna be into the gold lane side because the cloud is still available. They can go for it. The Yisun can directly go into the jungle too. But then again, if they want a dive also, it's definitely gonna be better here because there's still Yahiko, he plays the Guinevere too, and it's good against this Leo mode as well. If they wanna go for it, they can. So this is gonna be the decider now. The combo with the Yisun and the Eve good. So what is it? It's gonna be Joy instead. Okay, that's a good magic damage now. So gold lane Yisun.
Yep, goal lane Ishin Shin, and there will be the Jungle Joy. It's just the recap of the first game of Zutsu Esports versus the monkeys and silly monkeys. And like
Oh,
at that moment, Toby also went for obviously your son also went for that goal in Ishanshin, and he managed to
uh,
burst out a Freya out there, Vincent Vintis. The Freya name was Vintis, and he just got bursted down by Toby in that whole game. So this Ishanshin gold meta, which is going on by all this godlike IQSA2L, the same thing
uh,
will be owned by Crux Requiem as well. And there will be the Joy Jungle. So more like, I mean, against the Leo mode, I believe a Joy Jungle actually works because if you see when the burst damage with the magic burst, Leo mode will not have a fun, and so do the Leo mode Phantom Steed. I mean, he might gonna have some mobility out there, but still he's gonna get the upstruck by the Gatot Kacha's taunt as well. There you are, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back into the land of Dawn for the first game of Yama Esports versus Team Crux Requiem, in which we're going to see Ishenshin goal against Esmeralda or Lapu Lapu. Esmeralda, it is.
Oh, Esmeralda got lane, so we'll see how this is gonna be brawling out for both of the sides here because Yama Esports and Cooks Crime, this is gonna be the first time they're gonna be meeting each other. But look at the top from Array. A flicker already burned by Lux, so yeah, he's trying to go in, but that's not gonna be a kill here because he don't really have the electrifying beats just yet. And now looking at the HP so far for the side of Yama Esports, it looked like they will be having a win into the mid lane here, so that the rotation is definitely gonna be enough now. Faden. This dude always does something like this. Look at that.
Of course, a little bit of poke going on in the mid, and we know like if the Kimmy is here in your lineup, you are going to give out that early game poke to the against a mid laner. But currently, if I will see like if you're gonna talk about the early game accessibility, it is in the hand of Team Truxricum. They got Joy, they got the Ishinshin as well, so they will be taking out the early game for them. But into the mid to late rotation, we might gonna see the spike of Yama Esports coming back and taking over the game as well.
This is gonna be weighted down a little bit for the side of Yama Esports here because they can actually try to win onto the first hurdle here. But looking at the rotation for so far coming through from Cataract, that's gonna be 27 by the way. They will be able to start onto the turtle fight here. Look at that. Yahiko. Okay. He's trying to go in. That's going to be electrifying beats coming through as well. But Array with the revitalize will be trying to stop down just a little bit, and that's going to be helping them quite a lot. Now look at the zone coming through from 27. He's just trying to get out the slammed here and there. And Yahiko, he will be able to secure onto the turtle here. The outer loom coming through. Look at that.
Okay, the Grok falls down with the turtle into the hand of Truxricum. That's a nice setup being done by the side of CRQ. And they got 2 kills with the turtle, so everything's settled for them now, Devi.
Yep, they are a little bit settled for them here. And the rotation coming through on the side of 27 is definitely going to be helping the rotation onto the turtle here. And now I think it's going to be a good decider for the side of CRQ to have a winning side if they want to go for a rotation too, because the mid lane, they win it out very easily just because of the poke coming through from Faden, and together with the concussive blast coming through from Array onto the Gatot as well. And now they are going to be able to rotate out without being clustered out, and that is gonna be into their favor now. And now the damage is gonna be, I think the damage is gonna be into the hands of Gonigon here, and he's able to dish out a lot of damage onto the Esmeralda as well. But this time around, I think if they want to go for the fight, oh, never mind. Look at the flicker.
Previous fighter comes up as well. There is a split grab coming in. A lot of damage has to be given on, walking on, and he will be taken out at this moment. Doom is finding his way there. RWM follow up to go back at this moment, but they got 1 kill into their hand. Electrifying beats coming in. The stun has also been provided by the Kimmy. It will be a safe pause for the Grok Lux to go out from the bad positioning. But onto the bot side, if you're gonna talk about the V, that like it's like Doom has given a lot of support for Gonigon in the very early moment of the game.
I think this is the main reason why they pick up the Gatot together with the Yushin just because of this, because they don't want the Gatot to be into the hands of the side of Yama Esports. But look at that tech charge.
The charge mountain shocker right now. Faden falls down with the. Currently, there is a 3v1 situation coming in, and the Phantom Steed double kill for the Kimmy, and he's going for a triple at this moment. Electrifying Beats comes up. It will be Flash falling down there. Turtle securance is still going on, and beautifully being done with a grab onto that Esmeralda, but he will be totally fine. Can he grab the turtle? Of course, Yaiko with the retribution, but now he falls down with killing spree coming out from the Kimmy. Without a sliver of HP, he will be shut down there by the Glue. Beautifully being done by 27. But Teach, he plays so well with that Kimmy. I'll say like he got 3 kills out there, but another one coming in. There is a stun onto the Esma. Needs to go back at this moment.
I think Hero, he is definitely going to be in a good position here if he does not die into the Esmeralda here, because this is a gold laner by the way, and he can build out the damages as well if he wanted to. But here, the maneuver coming through from Teats onto the Kimmy, he's low onto the HP, but he knows that no one will be able to catch him out here. And the fact that he was able to survive for a long time up to the fact that he is able to get out the triple kill too, definitely amazing. But bot lane, 27.
They got the turret, and now 27 is firing onto that Grog. Grog falls down, and now the slams comes up. It's a slain by the Faden. He got the final blow. Phantom Seed comes in there. Flash goes in, but he needs to go back as well. Nobody's there to sustain the damage. So he just moved back into the safer zone, and in the meantime, we're going to see the split pushing coming out from Yahiko as well onto the top. Cross map play.
Cross map plays. That's exactly what you're supposed to do when you mid lane. Oh my god, that's gonna be Celine taking down the Lapu Lapu. It's a Lapu Lapu and he got bursted down like it's nothing. And that's definitely gonna be saying a lot because Gonigon now might eventually have the Hunter Strike also, or maybe the Endless Battle as well if he goes for it. That's a lot of damage taken for a hero like a Lapu Lapu who can sustain quite a lot. And Yahiko now, he's able to do all the cross map plays like I said, which is definitely necessary for a jungler like him. Look at the dive.
That's a tech shot for the defense. He managed to go back, but with the cost of the tier as well. A macro securance been going on so nicely by the Crux Recum at this moment. And they will be grabbing up this third turtle. Before that, a team fight coming on. There is the falling topple. And there you go. Faden got into the hand of the Esma. And from the behind, we're going to see the continuous burst coming in. There is the wall coming in as well. 27 managing to sustain, but he's getting a lot of damage. He on the split. AOG comes up with a follow-up by Doom, but there you go. Yahiko gonna catch up with Titch and will be sending him into the heaven side. So do Logs will be falling down into the hand of Doom. The easy turtle coming in without the roamer. They're not gonna be a chance to contest out this turtle for the side of Yama Esports. But look at that, the fight still continues with a grab onto Flash. He got down there, he got a lot of damage. In the meantime, we're gonna see the Ishin Shin going in. Flash falls down. With 27 grabbing up the kill there. The Rhythm of Joy comes up, electrifying beats being used. Wait and give the final blow. Gonigon falls down with Selena as well into the hand of none other than Yahiko. He's managing to disrupting the backline and securing the kills and micros and the goals lead. And now the ultimate following up. Faden dealing a lot of damage there. The split grab comes in with the Rhythm of Joy onto the Kimmy. And there you go. Killing spree for Yahiko. He got a knock on. He has his level of HP. He finds his way back. The wall popped up, but nothing gonna happen. He's gonna strike him back and goes back as well. Faden with the burst. Secure the killing spree. Now it is 27. The man underneath. Securing the kill onto that Grok as well. Almost wipe out for Yama Esports with the 14 kills into the hand of Cruxricum. There is a huge goal lead being made by the side of CRQ.
Look at that engage coming through from the glue. Working on dying, you should be working on killing, and that is a lot of damage that he's gonna be able to provide for the team as well. Even though they lose out onto Gonigon, they don't care because they have Yahiko, they have Faden, they have the ways to re-engage again and again because they have the damage that they require. They already need it. The way they were trying to go in again and again also means a lot to them because they know that they have the items that they need. Yahiko, very slippery onto this Joy, going in and out, and they don't really care. And now it looks so good for the side of CRQ here. Yama, look at that though.
Okay, another team fight comes up there. 27 is the hero, you will say, because he's everywhere present. He's literally disrupting the backline in this game. The blue trade was totally bagged right now for the Yama Esports. Oh my goodness, look at the burst from Yahiko with the electrifying beats. But there you go, another tier falls down into the mid, expanding the lane in the mid. And there is the Phantom Steed coming in as well. AOG followed by Doom. A lot of damage being dished out, but this time it's a sliver of HP slain onto Flash. It will be RA Doom. On a release, these falls down as well. Double into the hand of Team CRQ. And now they're going for the triple. He might finds his way back, but no, double kill coming out for the Gonigon in the mega kill for Yahiko as well. Only one member surviving? No, that no one is surviving. This is a clear wipeout onto the Yama Esports by Cruxricum, with a second tier also got secured into the hand of Cruxricum.
This is such a good maneuver coming through from the side of CRQ here. You can see how much of a good stun that have been created by the Lapu Lapu Celine. He did what he could, but they cannot really do anything because the glue is always available. There's always going to be a heal that they can come through with, and there's nothing that Yama Esports can do to disrupt the damage against working on dying also. And that is going to be very, very crucial for them. The goal lead is 10k. The Lord is already into the hands of CRQ now, and they are trying to set up for the long lanes as well. The top lane already taken down, and the bottom lane also is what they want to focus on. The range is definitely going to be there. Array, he's just trying to zone them away, and there's nothing they could do. But yeah, he go.
Oh, he got slapped down by the Grog, but still Rhythm of Joy with a 4-stack. He goes for the electrifying beats to go back though, but Phantom Steed comes in. Can he go for the chase? No, it's not a good idea as well. But still, the
Yeah.
Holy Shield is on to that top side. But in the mid, the Lord coming in, the wall comes up as well, the slam done. But look at the damage. Oh my goodness, Doom goes in with the AOG, comes back as well. He doesn't get this shot, but it was more like a disengager kind of AOG. But there you go, then it falls down with the Nexus opening on. Unstoppable for Yahiko. Lux falls down, double kill onto the Lapu Lapu. The grab is on there. Can he go for a triple? Rhythm of Joy being used. Sliver of HP for the F5. He finds his way back. Phantom Steed hears, but now damage is too much. He grabbed him up inside the base. Yahiko got a shut down there by Flash. Beautifully being done by Yama Esports. They managed to defend out the base. And with the fall of Yahiko, CRQ needs to retaliate back at this moment. Otherwise, they might gonna fall. Look at the traction balls coming in. Sustaining out. Esmeralda is doing the job though. But you have to take care of 27 as well. This guy is literally boiling the mind at this moment of Yama Esports player.
Yeah, that is definitely gonna be the thing for the side of CRQ here. And he's on to the glowing one too, but hey, that's gonna be Phantom Steed. AOZ might keep coming through again. The sun is coming in as well. That's going to be a lot of damage coming through for the side of CRQ right now. Gone. Still able to survive. Glocks will be taken down again. That's going to be the damage coming through. The RWM being set upon. Working on time. Will be able to grab another kill onto the Esmeralda right now. That's going to be 27 trying to go in for more. Celine will be taken down as well. They might be trying to go for a stun. The Phantom still coming through now, but that's going to be a defensive one as well. Teets onto the other side trying to decide a lot of damage that he wants to go for. The Kimi not being able to decide the required damage that he needs, and I think that is definitely going to be a problem now. Without the presence of the glowing one, he cannot really do all the damage. They might be possibly going for an end though. I think they can, because look at this. The wall is coming in. That's going to be a stopped onto the minions that can come to here right now. Array trying to dish out a lot of defenses here, but they might be going for a re-engagement coming through. The tech charge completely missing out and working on dying. Still able to survive. The AOZ coming through. There's going to be a damage coming in as well. The Mound is in 37. That might not be a good idea. It's going to be taken down by Teach. That's going to be a stack onto the Sky Piercer as well. Flicker coming through from Faden. He will be able to survive with the help of the Lord. It's already one member down for the side of CRQ, and Gone. Just still focusing onto getting the farm onto the Yisun Sin here. Again, they cannot burst down the Lord just yet, but still Yama Esports, they are also unable to start onto the Lord for themselves again.
But they're starting it, they're contesting it out as there, but lack of discipline I just saw from CRQ. Not needed at that moment to go for that fight. They really went for it, but now there is a chase going in. Aiden will be taken out. And but the third Lord, Retribution, Yahiko got the Lord there with a slain onto the Grok. Lapu falls down, double kill onto the hand of Gonigon. Triple, Flash falls down as well. Can it be a maniac?
It can possibly be. Teach is 1 HP down, but it's gonna be taken onto the kill by Array. Right now, they are marching into the mid side. The Lord definitely gonna be healthy, and Yama Esports, they will not be able to take the game. CRQ, that's gonna be a win with so much of a smoothness coming through from Yahiko. Of course, very commendable. That was a good Lord take and a good wiped out. I think we could see that the smoothness of the synergy coming through from CRQ is definitely shown there. I don't think Yama Esports were able to respond to that, and I think it have to be the start since the start of the game into the mid side where Faden was able to freeze out onto the lane, and then they already got an early flicker onto Lux as well. That is definitely gonna became a good start for the side of CRQ, and the rotation from there on has been clean, crisp, and I don't think there was anything that the goal laner or the XP laner can do to try to start out the turtle as well. And Leomord without the first turtle or the snowball, he becomes very, very weak, and that is what we can see in this game.
I believe it was 27's magic in the Land of Dawn. That guy didn't even give the chance to that Leo mode or to the Grok as well to give the setups for the side. And so do the Kimi as well, because if you will see, the Kimi was doing efficiently great in this whole game for the side of Yama Esports. But what was lacking is the proper setup from the Grok, which we were expecting from the Grok, because it was a pick off comp, like you're gonna give the setups to your side, but no, He doesn't got the chance because of 27. He was grabbing him up every time, and I don't know why, but at the same time, Titch was giving damage to the glue, so the damage was getting received by the Grok, and he was getting down a lot of times. And RA with those AOG setups onto the Grok and for the disengage was totally mind blowing. At the same time, if we're gonna talk about Yahiko, not only into the team fight participation, Debbie, whenever he got a chance, he managed to secure the tiers as well. So the structural additives plus macro securance into the objectives way with his retreat skills, and of course the participation in the team fight, grabbing up the skills. Everything was A plus for Yahiko in this game. I mean,
Yeah.
they say him the one of the number one jungler of South Asia. He's standing with that name right now. But who knows? Like, need to see if he can beat our Van or Joseph.
Okay, that's what we're waiting for, right? Exactly how we are looking for is right now. And I think the fact that still they were, you know, for CRQ, they know that Yahiko can go haywire onto the joy, because whenever the Grok is not present, he can go in and out, and that is what they did. They let Yahiko do his thing, and the other four, they were together all the time, and they had the damages in. They were going for the sets. They were looking for Yahiko to come through and go for the execution, and he did that too. And up to the very start of the game, they were consistently doing that. And Yama Esports, they cannot break up the formation. And here, Faden with the perfect RWM as well was able to catch people here. And then the follow-up coming through from the rest of the team also created a lot of spacing for them. And when you play into the textbook, right, it just means that you're gonna be taking a lot more damage than you think. And most of the time, the follow-up of the AOZs coming through from Doom as well was perfectly on point too. And 77, I think he really, really did well in this game with the glue. He was everywhere. He was the one initiating. He was the one creating a lot of spacing for the backlines. And then the follow-up coming through with the AOZ was perfectly on point. And this is the reason why I kind of say that Gatot is a hero that needs another initiator. He shouldn't be the one only going for that. And we can see how much of an importance it holds for this team to play the Gato together with the Grok and the Glue, excuse me. And now we can see the MVP. 90% kill participation, Doom, KDA player, 4122.
My goodness, 4-1-22. That was like he is the one. He's the wingman for the side of team CRQ in this game. He's the sandbag as well. 33% damage taken and 90% kill participation. It's like he was totally in each and every team fight, and that was the reason he was getting all those damage. He was giving all those setups. As you mentioned about another initiator with a Gatot Gacha, that's what lovable I want to hear about, because like a CC, we know like a curtain coil AOG combo, even a traction pulse and AOG combo. But that was Yama's idea. They just traded out that Kimi for them when they saw that the Gatot Kacha is going into the hand of team CRQ. That was a nice choice, but into the early phase, as I mentioned, the early game accessibility, it is still in the hand of CRQ, and that's what happened. They managed to grab up the early spike into their hand. They got the goal lead, they got the damage lead, they got the level gap, everything for themselves. And not only that, they also managed to give that lane pressure by securing the structures out there. So in the end, if you're having all these things from the early game, you're not going to give the chance to your opponent's side to flinch in the late game as well. But I'll say like fabulous gameplay from Teach. Just loved it. Like this was my first casting for Yama Esports new lineup, and I just saw Teach playing, and he was so good. It's like I don't know what's with the Yama Esports mid laners, but they love to spam Kimi. Is it
Oh,
Violate or
yeah.
is it Teach? But they love to play this Kimi out there for them.
They love the Kimi here, and I think the Kimi provides a lot of versatility into the team as well. That's why, and I think now that we have been heading into the second drafting phase here, Crookstorm, they are onto the blue side here. For Yama, they are going to be second pick here. So Sora, Yishinshin, and the box, yeah, taken away. These are the three heroes you don't see being banned onto the blue side. The Sora can come through, but I think it's going to be a deny and a respect ban coming through from the side of CRQ. Very good coming through from them. Now they are going to be stopping themselves to take it off, but oh wow, Doom onto the Grog. Okay, okay. He is gonna be such a nuisance rumor here again, like he was onto the Gatot Gacha. But the bans coming through from Yama Esports right now, very understandable that they have to ban away the Fanny always, and the Freya and the Jushin, such a red ban, and now they have options here, right? They want a Hilda or the Khalid onto their room, or do they want to pick up the Kimi and try to flex for their goal?
Yeah, I really want to see a Fanny 1v1 between Van and Yaiko.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
got
know why.
pay
I
to
really
watch.
want to see it. But let's talk about it later. But now, okay, they traded out Faden's Eve into their side with a Yuzong coming in there. That's a good choice. Like, I mean, when you are having a Eve, if you're leaving out the Yuzong, and if it
Oh
is going into
yeah.
your own side, it will be a little bit hefty for your side as well. But having the Yuzong,
Okay.
but still, CRQ doesn't fear at all. Faden going for the
Nope.
Parsa,
Nope. Nope.
and Goni gone onto the Claude. Are we going to see a carry coming in here or something like a fighter? Because
Mm.
Freya is banned. So do the Sora.
You on special occasions you can carry here, but you don't want to carry against the farce. That's an insta burst, and you don't really want to do that. You can win out the lane, of course, but hey, against the claws, I think that's definitely not gonna be good. Okay, talking about Hilda, yeah, there we go. We got the Hilda here for Yama right now. Very, very crucial that they have to take out the Hilda here, but the girl is gonna be very such a becoming a big nuisance here. But the thing I like about the side of CRQ pick is that for Yves is weak against the Claude because of the dive that he can come through with the BMI and the Blazing Duet, and she's also gonna be getting outranged by the Farsa. That's why I did not prefer a Yves to be picked up very early on. It can be the third pick, it can be the second drafting phase pick, but onto the first pick, he kinds of get vulnerable here with these two picks already coming through from the side of Kosukum. And if Yahiko decides to go for another kind of assassins, that's gonna be a done deal for the Yves. So that's why I kind of skeptical, right? But then again, we can see that they banned out the Uranus here. Looks like they want a winning lane for the Yuzhong here so that he will be available on time wherever the team fight is going on. The CC taken away again by CRQ. So Yama, they remove the Zoe now.
Respect towards Yaiko's joy. Like as you mentioned, the Eve first pick, and at the same time, Faden picking Farsa was really you can say a merciful pick from Faden because he could have gone with that Kadita as well. I mean, believe Kadita is there and a Claude. It's a nightmare for the Eve. Even though the Yuzong is not there, but still it's a nightmare for the Eve. But still, you need the setups, proper setups, and I don't believe Hilda will give you that much crowd control. Right now in the EXP, they need someone who can give them setups, who can give them a pick off for this game. So what should be the comp? Like I believe you banned the Uranus and the Esmeralda is open at this moment. You can go with Esmeralda or you can trade it out. But now they're going with a utility Queenie jungle here. Does also provide a setup, but for a little bit of time. So I mean, the special migration biologic, yeah, it's gonna work, but not in that way, Debbie. But what I was
Yeah.
expecting from Yama.
I feel like for Yama, they are setting up for a marksman goal lane here because that's gonna be a utility into the jungle as well. They're gonna be needing out a Harriet maybe if they wanna go for. Oh man, it's gonna be the debut of the Saber. Of course, we know. We know Yahiko plays the jungle Saber, but we didn't know that he's gonna be pulling it out into this game. That's a very cheese pick we have seen into the previous game also, but it wasn't a good Saber game because it was a roam Saber, and I was begging it for it to be in the jungle. And now we can see this is gonna be a Saber and an Elise together. They have a good front line. They have a good setup. Oh man, whatever kind of damage dealer is it gonna be? Oh no, it's gonna be a Granger instead of the Harriet. Not a good sign for Yama Esports. He's gonna be very, very vulnerable to Farsa, to Saber, and even for Elise as well.
You going for two purifier right now, like with the Granger and the Eve, and just because the Saber is there into the hand of Yaiko, this game is going to be insane. And I really need to check what is the ultimate of Saber. I don't know because
The boss.
we need to use that thing.
All right.
Fine,
Let's
it'll
just
be
wait,
fine.
man.
Maybe a plan. It's maybe a plan into their side. They really wants to stumble that poke burst combo right now being built up from Yama side with that Eve and the Granger into their way. But like the Hilda out
Oh.
here, I believe Saber was not the best option because you're gonna get a lot of hindrance from the Hilda. And if it is a dangerous grass, then that Hilda will be a little bit more vulnerable for the side of team CRQ. But all the best. Let's see what will be happening. The execution part is yet to come, and it's more like not the Saber game. It is more like Payton's Sparsa game. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the game number 2. CRQ having holding the 1 point lead onto Yama Esports, grabbing up the second one, led them into the upper bracket and welcoming Yama into the lower as well. And if Yama wins this game, we will be sitting here for the third game. So let's see what will be happening. Early game aggression. Let's talk about the early game accessibility, Debbie. It will be, I believe, into the hand of Crux Equip. Mid to late, Yama Esports late, properly Yama into, because they got the Granger, they got the Dragon as well. But now in the mid side, there is a poke coming in.
Yep, a bit top lane solo kill coming through from Celine onto the Yu Zhong. That's what I was expecting from CRQ, man. 27, you got to lock in, bro. And onto the mid side though, that's gonna be a classic Faden playset onto the first side. He's really comfortable on that nasty onto the first side as well, and he's been able to get out a lot of poke. But Teats onto the other side did not want to back down. He just want to have a poke for himself also. But the thing about the first side is that you cannot outpoke this hero because it have a lot of damages into the start of the game and the range too. But Teats, I think he have a very good positioning onto the Yiv, and he has been able to poke out a lot of the time. But yeah, Hiko though, he will have the triple sweep in no time, and no purifier for Celine, right? He's gonna be onto the petrify, so we'll see how he will be doing, because I think he's gonna be slotted onto the top lane though.
There's the first. There is a little bit of poke going in and on every time in the mid, but they're yet to rotate out to the goal. I believe you need to stumble that Granger from the very beginning. Otherwise, he might get the stacks there. And the most beautiful thing about this game is nobody is on to Purify. Nobody fears the Ico's favor.
Or Grok.
Funny
Or
thing.
Unleashed Grok. Okay, I think this first turtle set might eventually be in favor for the side of Yama Esports now, and of course it's gonna be Saber here, so you cannot really go in without a setup from a team, especially from the XP lane side. The Dragon has already popped away, so working on dying, still not able to get onto the level 4 with the timing of the turtle will be hitting them quite a lot, so they are not deciding to go for the engage onto the turtle here. But in the meantime though, they wanna have a good camp into the mid lane side. That's gonna be spotted out away. But Teats though, wait.
Okay, there is a fight comes up. Fadeaway strike bursting down. Lux. Our WM popped up. There you go. Blythe Trickham spatial migration combo, but they will be fine. Oh my goodness! The tech charge, and there will be the Guinea falling down. What a beauty setup come by RA Doom. Literally make the doomed out of that Guinevere and sends Flash into the Heaven's Zone. This was totally, unexpected move from Doom, I believe.
Oh man, this is so worth it though. Look at this, look at this. This is so worth it because this is a jungler Guinevere we are talking about. He don't have the spatial migration anymore, and you can set up beautiful coming through with the tech charge here from the side of Doom here. And now this is definitely going to be a good step for the side of CRQ. Now Yama Esports, they did secure onto the turtle, but they need to have that early game advantage because they have a Hilda, right? And they aren't able to do so because the Hilda died trying to go for the farm here, and they did not expect that CRQ will be all around there. No tech charge for the side of Array here. Still, he will be able to face technical cruises here. Look at that for their strike coming through, and the triple sweep will be able to get out the kill onto Lux again, and that's not definitely the best case scenario for the side of Yama Esports. Now top lane though, that's gonna Torn of Rune coming through as well. There's gonna be a flying coming through from Faden. No necessarily a take that's coming through as well. Two members getting taken low, and that's gonna be the Guinevere taken down again by CRQ. They have a luck all across the board, and now they're gonna be setting up for everything that they want here right now because they have 1k goalie on their side. Their jungle is very healthy too.
Oh, Yaiko was about to invade that blue buff away from Gwynny, but he somehow got chased down by Lux. But now the Rhapsody coming in. Free Turtle coming out for the side of Team CRQ. But there you go, Faden with the kill onto the Dragon off camp.
Okay. there might be Lux trying to go in here. The damage is in the triple sweep. Not enough of damage that he can come through with, but this time around Array, he doesn't really have the tectonic charge just yet, so he'll be a little bit careful on where he's going now. But the top lane though, I think 27 is just focusing on trying to win into the lane and trying to stop the dragon, trying to stop Celine from trying to rotate around all across the places, because I think the useness, the advantage of the dragon is much more than the Elise here into the team fights for the side of Yama Esports here. But this time around, they might want to focus a little bit onto the bottom lane here. Hero has to be careful onto the positioning here. Array stopping with the walls, not trying to get anyone down. Gunny gone, free farming, but let's go for the airstrike.
Raiden, oh my goodness, he got caught wing by wing, but there is the power of Holidays, but somehow he managed to go back. What a save from RA. But look at the Granger, he's playing so alert,ly because he know like there would be a lot of attacks onto him. And still now, Yahiko doesn't even go to the goal lane, but still like the Granger is playing so safely, like he really playing so alertly just because the Saber is there, but now he's interesting onto him. He got for the execution. He will execute him down there. A slain happened onto the Granger with the tier falling down as well into the mid. There is a team setup coming in. Feather airstrike follow-up as well. Doom is still surviving. Can he go back with a flicker? Comes in. He finds his way back into the Zephyr zone. What a defense. What outplay comes out for Doom. A lot of resources baited onto him, but doesn't matter. He survives alone. There, the blood out comes in. 3 people got caught into their hand, and there is a rotation from Gonigon. He's dealing a lot of damage with the BMI. Goes back as well. The turtle comes in as the second turtle. Look at the execution. Yahiko with the killing spree goes in, finds the kill, but got a shut down. The revenge, the consolation kill from the Lux. From the Granger was there as well. Now the turtle, it might be falling into the hand of Team Yama Esports because there is no retreat holder for the side of CRQ.
There is that was a good start onto the fights coming through from the side of the RQ, but now they're gonna be getting a shut down. There's gonna be a further airstrike being joined upon by Faden here. A good try onto his side. Boy, you cannot really get out that turtle without the retribution here. And I think Flash really needed that turtle too, because the Guinevere who is behind onto the goal will not be as tanky as you want it to be. Because whenever you go for the sets, he definitely doesn't really have the tankiness or the damages that can come through with the Spatial Migration or the Wild Rickham. And now the chains are into the lane. He's gonna be giving Gonigon a lot of harm here. CRQ, they know what they are doing. The Elise is definitely just gonna be the how do I say, the placeholder. Top lane, Gone taken down easily? How did that happen?
That was a 2v1 situation, so I believe like that was not needed at that point, but he was there to secure a tier. Somehow he managed to defend his tier as well. Now they need to grab up some macro for them, or else like Yama Esports will be getting a lot of lane pressure from each and every lane. But into the mid side, poke coming in, and you need to stop that Ranger out because he's getting the farm. Hero, but no, there is a setup, bloodouts being done, and there is a chase onto the Penguin's Farsa. He falls down with Big Hero as well. RW following up, a lot of damage being dish out. Flash finds a kill onto that shut down, double kill onto Doom as well. But now the execution comes in by Saber. Yahiko, but he falls down as well. But there will be a clean onto Lux, and there's the Black Dragon coming in. The dive in comp. Can we gonna see a kill onto the Claude as well? They're going for the mid rush. They will be securing the tier 1 and expanding the mid lane here. Greater objective being secured by the Yama Esports side. Faden comes in. He used the Feather strike, but doesn't matter. Somehow they managed to take out the tier.
I was almost, questioning if this is the real Faden or not, because he hasn't been emoting for the last 10 minutes or 8 minutes. Now it is real. That's real Faden. I mean, he got the Genius one as a first one so that he'll be able to have the scaling with this item and get all the damages in so that he'll be able to use the artillery very well, and I think it really worked well for them. But for CRQ, losing out onto the mid side here definitely is not the best case scenario, and when they lose out onto the far side onto Faden, they shouldn't have gone for the fights, because this is going to be a losing fight. Even with the set coming through from Doom, he was able to get a good tech charge onto the members for the side of Yama Esports. They just traded out with the gold laner here, and I think that is actually good. But then again, you can't go for the elongated team fights when you don't have your fire side, especially when the jungle is a Saber who doesn't really stay into the fights. But look at that though, third Lord.
He went for the Lord though, but he got caught down there. A slain happened. Hero finds a kill there, and now they're going for the Alice 27 in a very bad position. Arik comes up for the follow-up. There is the Black Dragon bomb coming in. Just goes in there for the dive-in comp, but in the way, Yahiko is the one falling down with the Lord getting into the hand of team
Yama Esports, they're really onto their spot, but can Team Cruxify make their comeback in this process? Because I mean, I believe Gonigon will be the one setting the example here. But look at Hilda. His Lux is totally targeting down Faden in each and every team fights, and that is the most peculiar thing about this game. But look at that, the execution once again happening with the ultimate from Saber. He got a lot of damage though. Hilda finds his way back in the safer zone out of him popping over there. When he falls down with Yaiko as well, 1 for 1. The jungler for the jungler. There is the blood comes up, but nobody will be trapped down by it. They somehow managed to defend it out without losing any inhibitors from their side.
Hunter Strike built away by the side of the Yuzhong here. Celine trying to get out the damages in so that he'll be able to go into the backlines, especially onto the first side. But this time around, I think his focus is mainly onto the team fights rather than the first side here, because the first side has been taken care of time and time again by Lux onto the Hilda, and that is what they definitely want. They should have been doing since the start of this, but they weren't able to do so because they don't have the priority onto the boosters here, and that kind of stopped them from going in and out. But this time around, they will be able to take out onto the top lane here. But maybe Lux is knowing where Array is going to be, or it's going to be the opposite side. I think Array knows where Lux wants to go here, so he's just stopping him in his tracks, staying to the boosters. Gonigon is safe, and that's definitely what they need here. If Gonigon is safe for a long time, even though Yahiko dies 10 times or 17 times, it doesn't really matter, because the Cloud is going to be the main source of the damage here.
Oh my goodness, now he went in, Blood Art comes up, RWM follow up as well, but look at that setup from the back line. Hero with Pitch, both of them falls down, and now it's time for the Greeny Feather Strike popped up as well, but there is a beautiful dive into the back line. Faden got caught into the hand of Dragon, but now the burst coming in. He does have the dive in comp, but he's getting a lot of damage. Can he sustain? No, he can't. Double kill for 27. Now they are just chasing down the jungler Flash, and Flash will be taken out as well. He went for the Winter Crown while it took him combo, but he will be taken down by Yahiko with the immediate effect. Team CRQ once again managed to wipe out Team Yama Esports and finds 2 tiers in their way of mid.
Wow. What a good end gates. I'm so sorry for Doom. Just I usually try to start Kiss Grog, but hey, that was a good set coming through onto the backlines, and the follow-up coming through from Gonigon. There was a good synergy running through for their side, and I think Celine, he was just trying to trade it out and maybe at least get a kill onto Gonigon, but he cannot really do that because everyone for the side of CRQ was staying there to protect him, and he cannot really get out the damages in, even with the presence of the Hunter Strike that he have. But this time around though, Lux, he's gonna be spotted out. 27 might be taken quite low. The lore is already up, and maybe Yama Esports, they can try to contest it if they have a good setup for themselves. The dragon is what they need, and if the dragon is popped, they can do this.
Okay, the Blood, but they're somehow distracting them from the Lord zone, so they can easily grab this Lord for them. But then I believe like Yama Esports not going to stop there. They will be gambling it. They will be going for the contest, but before that, a little bit of team fight coming in. The pressure is there as well. Rhapsody coming up as well, and Yahiko is into the big back line. There is the big damage onto the Lord, and it's just halfway away. Left in the retribution. Faded with the glass steal. My goodness, and he finds a kill as well onto Lux. In the meantime, Doom falls down, flashed into the hand of Gonigon. Double kill for Gani, and there you go. Fedin falls down with Celine as well. 4-man down from the side of Yama Esports. There's just one member over there. Mega Hero, can he find his way back into the base safely? Can he manage to defend his base? Because the Lord marching into the mid, Debbie. Is it the end? Or are we going to see a comeback, a defense from Yama Esports? A solid defense is needed. It's just the Granger. He got caught into the hand. Yahiko goes in. Unstoppable for Gonigon. The Nepal imports are walking so well against the Yama Esports. And now it is time for the clean sweep. 2-0 with a Saber Jungle.
Saber Jungle, and it worked really well for the side of CRQ and Yama. They cannot really have a response to this. Zero Purify, by the way, and I think it mainly has to do with the good sets coming to it from 27 into the last part, as well as Doom 2, and the fact that the Feather Airstrike was always available when the set was in, when the set was always made by the side of CRQ, always made it possible for them to win onto the team fights again and again. And I think it was a big blunder coming through from the side of Yama Esports to go in without any damages, and Gonigon, He's the one who dive in rather than anyone else, and that is what they needed. He was already full build. He did not take any damage. He was giving out a lot of damage too, and the BMI onto the perfect angle created a lot of spacing for them. And the Eve, that is the problem coming through from Teats. He cannot escape the Claw most of the time.
But hats off to one man, the Faden. He got the Lord. There was two retribution, but nobody walks. It is Faden, the king, who finds the Lord, and not only the Lord. I mean, Logs was every time chasing him down, targeting him down, but that time he finds his skill as well. But somehow he's getting a lot of hindrances. Like Logs was there, he was getting targeted by the Celine. I mean, somehow he was totally trapped down by those backline divers, but he managed to grab up that Lord. I mean, I was believing Yahiko will find the Lord with a retreat, or maybe Flash will be getting the Lord, but no, it was Faden, and in the meantime, they lost the gamble. And I told you, like, it will be a gamble from Yama Esports. They might gonna win the lot and win the team fight and gonna finish up the game. Otherwise, the reverse, the vice versa will be happening, and the vice versa just got happened there. The
Yep.
Saber jungle, that was insane, Aiko. That was really insane.
Yeah, he go, man. I think he was smooth onto the first game, right? A smooth operator. But onto the second game, I think it's definitely dependent on the team here. It's mostly, I would say, Faden and Gonigon who stepped up. Onto the first game, it was mainly Yahiko who was going in and out trying to get out the damage here. Even here, he was getting a kill onto Tits, but he was getting a shut. He was giving a shutdown for a hero as well. So that was a not a good one, to be honest. Onto the other side of the damages are coming through. The synergy is in the way they were setting up for the team as well was also amazingly well done. But here was a problem, right? Until the later part of the game, Yahiko wasn't able to one-shot anyone at that point. And even when he goes in, there's no way you can come out through all of those engages, all of those tanky things. And I think only him was their death. And the way they were trading him out, even though he's the jungle, and they were the one trying to set up again onto the back sides because they have a Grog and a Farsad together, and of course they also have a Claude. That setup really became important for the side of CRQ, and they turned the tide around with that Lord fight too into the last part, where Yama Esports cannot dish out the damage that they required here.
I'll see. I mean, not only Faden, but there should be a award for Stitch as well. I mean, that guy was literally carrying his whole team with that Eve. I mean, he was also vulnerable to that Saber and everybody, but still, he was finding the kills. He was giving out the setups. He was slowing down with the RWM. The position was so good. This was the perfect moment I was talking about. That last burst hit onto the Lord, Faden grabbing up the Lord
Yes.
for him, then onto that Hilda as well. But the Yuzong dive in into the Faden, got his kill there, but then he got rampaged by those four monsters of CRQ. And then this was the perfect moment I was talking about. Defense, no defense. Yaiko went in. Final blow from none other than Gonigon. The Nepali imports literally done the walk so well and tight and clean for the side of CRQ, and led them into the upper bracket of Indian Championship Series. Hard luck, Yama Esports, but you are into the lower bracket because every team will have double chances in this playoff brackets. So let's see if we're gonna see Yama Esports coming back stronger from the lower bracket to the upper bracket or to the semi-finals to clash against CRQ once again and giving them a hard fight in the next one. But today is the day of CRQ, and today is the day of 2-0 clean sweeps all the way from the starting to the end. We all witness those 2-0 clean sweep from the mythic leaderboard teams to the underdogs. Let's hope for the best in the next round for the lower brackets as well as for the upper bracket teams. With this, it's time for us to take our farewell from the day because it is the time to shut the stream up and get into our bed. So thank you so much for joining, guys. It's your boy STZ with Debbie signing off from Indian Championship Series, powered by Jutsu Gaming. A prize pool of 1 lakh rupees, and this is our tech partner. Is sponsored by our tech partner AOC. With this, guys, thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Love you all. See you all tomorrow at the same time with the upper brackets cooking in. And let's see, guys, what will be happening. Till then, good night, everyone. Thank you for joining. Sabakir.